instead of giving brothers and sisters grace. Christians are using this to break God's law on purpose, and that's the difference. Do you understand that?
I hear you.
Let's deal with Christian lies real quick, okay? A Christian will tell me, even though my people was put in captivity according to Deuteronomy 28 for breaking God's law, right? We were put into captivity for breaking God's law. But they will tell me that now they can switch the Sabbath to Sunday because they're under grace. Christians are using grace to say not to follow the Sabbath, that Sunday, that they can worship Sunday without penalty. Is that right or wrong? Okay. Christians made December 25th, which is Semiramis' celebration, along with Tammuz and Nimrod, which is Babylonian, and they're saying they're under grace and they don't have to follow the holy day, and that now they can follow Christmas instead of the days in the Bible. Is that right or wrong?
Absolutely right.
No, is that wrong what they're doing, or is it right?
That's wrong what they're doing.
Okay, listen.
Yes, that's wrong what they're doing.
Okay. They're also telling us that we can eat anything we want when the Most High said that we should only eat clean foods and that the wages of sin is death. Under grace, Christians feel they can eat anything they want. Is what they're teaching according to that right or wrong?
They're wrong with that.
Oh.
They got two main stars playing in this game. That dude that just showed and the white dude long hair.
Exactly.
Let's give it a shot.
Again, I don't know why you're bringing this scripture to me if you and us understand the same thing. This scripture only means...
I'll tell you why.
No,
you give me an opportunity to.
No, sister, you're not going to get an opportunity to. What you're going to do is you're going to learn to listen and follow, because you're going to need to listen and follow to get through this going forward. The Bible.
eBay online shopping and selling. Try it now.
Our God told Jeremiah, I need you to write what I'm telling you in a book. Our God told Jeremiah, I need you to write what I'm telling you in a book for your people. Because these other races of people, they have an entirely different plan for you. They haven't, because why? It's obvious. Why? This is why. Hold that, Elder Lawyer. I'm going to show you why the Gentiles, who are non-Israelites, it's not in their interest to tell you that you are Israel. Hold that and get Romans, Elder Lawyer. Romans 11 and 1. This is why it's not in their interest. Romans 11 and 1, Elder Lawyer. Even though this is not on the program, I'm going to still deal with it, right? Romans 11 and 1 and Romans 11 and 11. Read it.
Yes, sir. Romans 11 verse 1. I say then, have God cast away his people?
So because this is what they're teaching in the Christian church. That God cast away his people, his chosen from the Old Testament, and through Christ got Gentiles to replace us. So Paul is asking the question, have God cast away his regular people, his original people who are Israelites through bloodline? This has nothing to do with a belief or religion. This is through blood. Paul was an Israelite according to what? His fathers. He didn't believe. Okay, this is a bloodline prophecy concerning a people. So even during Paul's time, there was rumors out there that we were done away with. That God no longer loves us the same. And that he loved all people equally. That rumor was out there during the time of Paul. right after Christ's death. 14 years after this, people are trying, well, hold up, is God's people his people anymore? Have the Gentiles replaced us? Paul set that record straight. Let's read it.
I say then, have God cast away his people? God forbid.
God forbid. He didn't cast away the Israelites only to replace them with Gentiles. That would contradict our God. Our God is a God of law, and these Gentiles are lawless. They're heathens. They eat what they want. They worship any day they want. They don't have no rules. So how can God do away with us, our forefathers, in our genealogy, to only replace us by people who actually are doing in the earth worse than us, worse than what we did against them? So that's that ridiculous doctrine in the Christian church, that God has done away with his people because he's bad and he accepts other people liberally. That's a lie. Listen to what Paul says. Read.
God forbid.
God forbid.
For I am also an Israelite, of the seed of Abraham, of the tribe of Benjamin.
He's breaking it down just like us. Just like us. He says he ain't done away with his people. Just because Christ came doesn't mean that he got a new race of people and they're spiritual Israelites in the earth now. What the Hades is a spiritual Israelite? The same way they can't be a spiritual Moabite or a spiritual Edomite. It's utterly ridiculous. Trying to claim someone else's race spiritually. He says, no, I'm also am a what?
For I am also an Israelite.
I'm a what?
For I am also an Israelite.
Proving to you that even the disciples understood that being an Israelite isn't a religion. It's not something you just pick up. Okay? It's a bloodline. Paul was an actual man and he wasn't a white man. He was a black man. Okay? Beyond any, he was Middle Eastern. No, he wasn't Ishmael. A matter of fact, Paul is speaking against the children of Ishmael in the book of Romans. Also written to the Hebrews and the book of Galatians. He's speaking against the Arabs. So you can't say, oh, he looked like Middle Eastern. He's Ishmael. No, he isn't. He was a black man. See? Read.
For I am also an Israelite, of the seed of Abraham, of the tribe of Benjamin. Verse 11. I say then, have they stumbled that they should fall?
So Paul is asking a question. That means what? Will we be down or be under the foot of the Gentiles forever? Are we? Read.
God forbid.
No. God forbid means no. Read.
But rather through their fall,
Through our fall,
salvation is come unto the Gentiles.
the Gentiles got an opportunity because we fell. It had nothing to do with the love of God. It had nothing to do with anything they did personally. It was our fall that gave them access to power. See? So this is why it's not in the Gentiles' interest to tell us the truth concerning ourselves, concerning the poor people. Why? Because we'll find out all of the riches and power that actually empowers them above us was actually given to them by us.
I felt stuck, and I wanted more for myself. Just want to do better for myself, want to grow, want to expand my opportunity.
Was actually given to them by us. See? And we have, okay, so that means we can work our way around you to receive our glory and power. You think the other nations want to see that? You working your way around them? No. Why don't you take this Buddha statue? No, oh no. Why don't you come to my Christian church on a Sunday? Worship pagan gods. They don't want you getting around them. See, this is why there's a unified attack by unbelievers, apologetics, and other Christians. They're not believers, folks. They're Satanists. Outright. That's why there's an attack against Israelites. And they are aligning themselves with what? The unlearned. You working your way around us? We can work our way around you to receive our glory and power. You think the other nations want to see that? You working your way around them? No. Why don't you take this Buddha statue? No. Why don't you come to my Christian church on a Sunday? Worship pagan gods. They don't want you getting around them. See, this is why there's worship pagans want to see that. You working your way around them? No. Why don't you take this Buddha statue? No. Why don't you come to my Christian church on a Sunday? Worship pagan gods. They don't want you getting around them. See, this is why there's a unified attack by unbelievers, apologetics, and other Christians. They're not believers, folks. They're Satanists. Outright. That's why there's an attack against Israelites. And they are aligning themselves with what? The unlearned. Our glory and power. You think the other nations want to see that? You working your way around them? No. Why don't you take this Buddha statue? No. Why don't you come to my Christian church on a Sunday? Worship pagan gods. They don't want you getting around them. See, this is why there's a unified attack by unbelievers, apologetics, and other Christians. They're not believers, folks. They're Satanists. Outright. That's why there's an attack against Israelites. And they are aligning themselves with what? The unlearned and the evildoers within our communities. What Paul is saying here, come on.
I say then, have they stumbled that they should fall? God forbid.
No.
But rather through their fall, salvation is come unto the Gentiles.
So what is salvation? Is that equality for all mankind like the Christian churches are teaching? Let's see what the salvation for the Gentiles was or is.
Yes, sir.
Read.
For to provoke them to jealousy.
To do what?
For to provoke them to jealousy.
So the Most High gave the Gentiles their power so that we can look at it and say, you know what? Why can't we have that? Why is it that other nations seem like they're favored above us? He did that to provoke us to jealousy. It wasn't that we would stay down forever. We started following the ways of the Gentiles, and he said, you know what? You want to follow them pagan, them child sacrificing heathens? I'll tell you what, I'm going to put them over you. So salvation doesn't mean they'll be saved to be equal in the kingdom. It is because in order for them to be empowered to a degree that the children of Israel become jealous, he would have to bestow upon the Gentiles riches, power. And that's what we would be jealous of. The Gentiles are in their kingdom already. Read it.
Verse 12. Now if the fall of them be the riches of the world.
So it became what?
Now if the fall of them be the riches of the world.
The riches of the world is the Gentile salvation. They're already in their kingdom, folks. This is what's provoking us to jealousy. And guess what? They got it without receiving Christ. They got it through our fall. They're already in their salvation. This is why it's not in their interest, speaking of the theologians who are teaching, The Jesuits who are teaching, who are white people, and Chinese people and Arabs peddling Islam, it's not in their interest to tell you the truth. Because our fall means what? The riches of the Gentiles. As long as we're disobedient, harming each other, selling drugs to each other, disrespecting one another, divisive with one another, the Gentiles rule. So this is why being an Israelite is the greatest threat in the earth today when it comes to belief. Because when we begin to follow the law, statutes, and commandments of God, Gentiles loses power. We're no longer the consumers anymore that they grandize themselves off of. This is why this understanding of us being Israel is a threat.
I love you like la 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 la. I love you like la 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 la.
Israel is a threat. Huh? Now you notice I'm breaking this down. I didn't say anything right now. And if they take this down, you'll know it's because this truth resonated. The Gentiles are in their salvation, and they got their salvation without accepting Christ. It's riches and power that once belonged to us is the Gentile salvation. Read it again.
I say then, have they stumbled that they should fall?
Come on.
God forbid. But rather through their fall is salvation come unto the Gentiles, for to provoke them to jealousy.
To provoke us to jealousy. So now our children are growing up without the same opportunity as other people. And you're believing, well, it's just unequal. It's just unfair. I need to go to the white man for equality. Wrong. The white man will never make you equal to him. There's no such thing. The same way when we were in power, they weren't equal to us. That's the wrong mind frame. To go to the white man and say, I need justice. No, we need to go to God for forgiveness. And he'll do justice. The riches and power, because there's only one earth, and the riches and power in the earth will come back to us if we come back to God. It's that simple. It was through our sin the Gentiles gained power and riches. And Paul even brought that out. So it's in the Gentiles' interest to dissuade you from the knowledge of being an Israelite. Because they lose all power. What can you debate? Listen, the Bible says the wicked, what does thou have done to declare my statutes and to take my word at your mouth? How can I trust you, Edomite apologetic? What the hell have you done for our people? Not a darn thing. And the only reason they're coming out of the woodwork now is because they're losing. It's our people that have propped all these so-called white evangelists up, these white pastors up, like the Oral Roberts and the Patrick Robertsons and all these Jesuit demons. And the only reason they're coming from behind the woodwork now and they're not being honest, is because they're losing their gravy train. The ignorant blacks have been supporting white evangelism since its inception. And you know what? When they find out we're Israelites, no longer do these so-called TBN and Christian channels and these usurpers have authority over God's people. We're setting God's people free and they can't stand it. Huh? Come on, other lawyer. I see you have something. Let's do it.
Yes, sir. Hosea chapter 6, verse number 1.
Come on.
Come and let us return unto the Lord. For he hath torn, and he will heal us. He hath smitten, and he will bind us up.
There you go. Our problem is when we finally see the world for what it is and understand that there is no hope trying to get justice in this earth, instead of us turning to the Most High for the answer, we automatically find ourselves groveling back to the governments of this world to ask for equality, when this is not why the Most High did this. He did this so that we can come back to Him. How can you go to the politicians when the politicians are behind the destruction? Look at our communities. I went through North Philadelphia and almost broke down and cried. The block I was raised on, 15th and Diamond. I almost broke down and cried coming through our communities. And here it is, our people voted predominantly Democrat, not to say that the Republicans are any better. But I'm looking at our neighborhoods who've always trusted in our politicians, and I said, you know, this was their plan against us. Trash strove all over the place, only to lower the worth of any building there so that they can come in and regenify the whole neighborhood, only to get our people on drugs and all type of high blood pressure medicines and other stuff to kill us all so that they can replace us in our neighborhoods. And I'm looking at this. I'm like, y'all can't see that this is what we voted for? All the equality, celebrating. We celebrating in Philadelphia. Black mayors, the first black mayor, Wilson Good. Oh yeah, John Street, and all these other black mayors. And we went through a time, and all throughout the United States, there were black representation who were really what? You got it. Cardboard cutouts for the synagogue of Satan, controlling behind the veil. I need y'all to look at all the politicians who are mayors of cities now and check out their religious persuasion, and you'll understand the plan the whole time. This is a strategic plan to kill us in North Philly, and I'm looking at some of the people I grew up with. Strong, vibrant men who are broken down because they believe the healthcare system. They believe what the politicians were telling them. And they still believe. That's the weird part about this. Your mama's house been bought right from under you. Signs everywhere, I'll buy your house for cash. They've regenified and destroyed our communities, and while the Christian churches sat by and allow it to happen. And I almost broke down because I remember a time where we would have block captains on the block. We would paint our houses all the same color. We would have flower pots in front of our stoops. The children could play. The girls would jump and roll. We would go across, and the streets were clean. I'm looking at Duckery. 15th, I went to Duckery School. We used to play basketball right there, 15th and Susquehanna. I remember everything, and I'm like, whoa. And I went back to me, a little child, and I went to look and see if that crack of the ground was still there. And you know what? It's still there. And we're still trying to search for answers to why our people are still size.
CashNet USA knows the struggle.
Okay, so we have the car payment, the rent, utility.
Folks, I'm going to need y'all to resonate today. How did we lose Jerusalem? It's the same way we're losing our communities today. How we've lost our communities today. And we're going to them for equality and think that it's a talking point, or the only time we get rallied up is when a cop kills a black man. You can't see that distraction when all of us are being killed right under our noses. DMX, Hank Aaron, on and on and on. Marvin Hagler. And here it is. It's happening right in front of our faces. Our loved ones are dying right up under our nose, and they use these perfect on cue distractions to get us away from the desolation that was prophesied in the Bible. The same way our communities are being regenerated.
I like it with the elbow. I feel like when you make big mac and cheese, it come out better like that.
Yeah, fantastic World Cup, but sadly, this is what will be remembered if Brazil are not able to prevent it.
Our communities are being destroyed through gentrification, and systematically and socially insurrected. They're coming in and taking everything from us. It's how we lost Jerusalem. So I'm not going to the Christian churches for answers no more. They have sold out. They believe what the news is telling them. They aren't receiving information from God, or they wouldn't open up their churches for this campaign. I'm not dealing with the voting system, and not me personally, because I see what our people have voted for. To get black people in office. I've seen the transformation when we were a people who loved one another, when families were together. And I'm looking at what's going on now, and I can't help but understand that this was a plan against us. So how can I go to the same politicians for the answer? And I'm not going to support any campaign, Black Lives Matter or none of that crap. Because at the end of the day, all of that money goes towards what? It incentivizes the machine against our people and give it to freaks and Satanists. The same people that are behind our demise. Let's go now. Come on, other lawyers.
You're mostly black.
Yes, sir. Verse 12.
Come on.
Romans 11, verse 12. But if the fall of them be the riches of the world.
So the earth got rich because we fell as a people.
That's an obvious name.
Read.
And the diminishing of them the riches of the Gentiles.
And guess what? When people go against Israelites, and the fact that Israelites are saying that we need to keep the law to get our lives together, to protect our families, to instill morality in them, you know what you're saying when you're saying you are against that? That the way things is in our community is fine. That's what you're saying. Keep it like it is. That's what they're saying. Because at the crucifix with our people, we got it. Children of power and riches, and power and riches. And Paul even brought that out. So it's in the Gentiles' interest to dissuade you from the knowledge of being an Israelite. To dissuade you from the knowledge of being an Israelite. Because they lose all power. What can you debate? Listen, the Bible says, the wicked, what dost thou have done to declare my statutes and to take my word at your mouth? How can I trust you, Edomite apologetic? What the hell have you done for our people? Not a darn thing. And the only reason they're coming out of the woodwork now is because they lose it. It's our people that have propped all these so-called white evangelists up. These white pastors up, like the Oral Roberts and the Patrick Robertsons and all these Jesuit demons. And the only reason they coming from behind the woodwork now and they're not being honest, is because they're losing their gravy train. The ignorant blacks have been supporting white evangelism since its inception. And you know what? When they find out we're Israelites, no longer do these so-called TBN and Christian channels and these usurpers have authority over God's people. We're setting God's people free, and they can't stand it. Huh? Come on, other lawyer. I see you have something. Let's do it.
Yes, sir. Hosea chapter 6, verse number 1.
Come on.
Come and let us return unto the Lord. For he have torn, and he will heal us. He have smitten, and he will bind us up.
There you go. Our problem is when we finally see the world for what it is and understand that there is no hope trying to get justice in this earth, instead of us turning to the Most High for the answer, we automatically find ourselves groveling back to the governments of this world to ask for equality, when this is not why the Most High did this. He did this so that we can come back to Him. How can you go to the politicians when the politicians are behind the destruction? Look at our communities. I went through North Philadelphia and almost broke down and cried. The block I was raised on, 15th and Diamond. I almost broke down and cried coming through our communities. And here it is, our people voted predominantly Democrat, not to say that the Republicans are any better. But I'm looking at our neighborhoods who've always trusted in our politicians, and I'd say, you know, this was their plan against us. Trash strove all over the place, only to lower the worth of any building there so that they can come in and regenify the whole neighborhood, only to get our people on drugs and all type of high blood pressure medicines and other stuff to kill us all so that they can replace us in our neighborhoods. And I'm looking at this. I'm like, y'all can't see that this is what we voted for? All the equality, celebrating. We celebrating in Philadelphia. Black mayors, the first black mayor, Wilson Good. Oh yeah, John Street, and all these other black mayors. And we went through a time, and all throughout the United States, there were black representation behind the veil. I need y'all to look at all the politicians who are mayors of cities now and check out their religious persuasion, and you'll understand the plan the whole time. This is a strategic plan to kill off our people, and no one is saying anything. I went through the neighborhoods in North Philly, and I'm looking at some of the people I grew up with. Strong, vibrant men who are broken down because they believe the healthcare system. They believe what the politicians were telling them. And they still believe. That's the weird part about this. Your mama's house been bought right from under you. Signs everywhere, I'll buy your house for cash. They've regenified and destroyed our communities, and while the Christian churches sat by and allow it to happen. And I almost broke down because I remember a time where we would have block captains on the block. We would paint our houses all the same color. We would have flower pots in front of our stoops. The children could play. The girls would jump and rope. We would go across, and the streets were clean. I'm looking at Duckery. 15th, I went to Duckery School. We used to play basketball right there, 15th and Susquehanna. I remember everything, and I'm like, whoa. And I went back to me, a little child, when I used to jump over this little crack in the ground, and I went to look and see if that crack in the ground was still there. And you know what? It's still there. And I'm like, man. And we're still trying to search for answers to why our people are still suffering. And then you're going to the same politicians, the same churches who are behind our demise.
So you couldn't drive it out?
Folks, I'm going to need y'all to resonate today.
You have to drive it forward, right? Because that tire is like stuck on the gutter.
How did we lose Jerusalem? It's the same way we're losing our communities today. how we've lost our communities today. And we're going to them for equality and think that it's a talking point, or the only time we get rallied up is when a cop kills a black man. You can't see that distraction when all of us are being killed right under our noses. DMX, Hank Aaron.
What is that? 99 minutes? What is that, like an hour?
On and on and on. Marvin Hagler.
What was that?
And here it is. It's happening right in front of our faces. Our loved ones are dying right up under our nose, and they use these perfect on cue distractions to get us away from the desolation that was prophesied in the Bible. The same way our communities are being destroyed through gentrification, and systematically and socially insurrected. They're coming in and taking everything from us. Is how we lost Jerusalem. Negroid like us. Why? 10 tribes were taken out of the land. And guess what? The Assyrians took them.
Dead.
And it's written of in the Apocrypha that the Indian tribes on the chart are the lost tribes of Israel. I proved it.
10 minutes.
It cannot get disputed. They left the land Negro.
So they can come back.
They left black. But a curse happened to the 10 tribes. And this is why when you look on our sign that we have sometimes, they don't look exactly Negroid like us. Why? Let's get the chapter and verse first. 2nd Esdras 13 and 39. Read it, Elder Wood.
2nd Esdras chapter 13.
Don't forget Maccabees now. Hold that because we're going to hit that.
2nd Esdras chapter 13, verse number 39.
So what happened to the 10 tribes that were taken out of the land according to the Old Testament? 2 Kings 17. Read.
And whereas thou sawest that he gathered another peaceable multitude unto himself.
Another peaceable multitude.
Those are the 10 tribes which were carried away prisoners out of the land or out of their own land in the time of Hosea the king, whom Salmanassar, the king of Assyria, led away captive.
So Salmanassar led away captive what?
The 10 tribes.
The 10 tribes that were living in the northern kingdom.
Oh, they got it out.
Yeah.
Living in
something I can't do. Bag of trailer in here.
Yeah, it's tough because that thing has no engine on it, so it's kind of random, right?
I don't know how the hell to drive that thing. It's like 4-wheelers, 18-wheelers, same thing.
the northern kingdom. Read.
And he carried them over the waters.
Over the waters.
And so they came into another land.
And they came into another land. The new world. Read.
Verse 41. But they took this counsel among themselves that they would leave the multitude of the heathen.
Come on.
And go into a further country where never mankind dwelt.
Went into a further country where never mankind dwelt. Keep in mind, folks, that before the flood of Noah, the earth was one landmass. After the flood, the earth broke, and the place they would call Atlantis, or the capital of the Nephilim, went further west, and it became what? A hidden land. The Most High moved that wickedness far west. And that's what we call the Americas today, and what they call in certain circles the lost land of Atlantis, America.
Look at Tony, I got a
Read.
I can't wipe nothing.
42. That they might keep their statutes.
They never kept in their own land. Read.
Verse 43. So, like I mentioned, the reason why they
left
the land of Assyria
Great
among
point.
the heathen was to keep the laws that they never kept in their own land.
Because disobeying led to expulsion.
Exactly. That's right.
So they said, you know what? We're gonna try to do this right this time. Let's leave and set up ancient Hebrew tablets, right? So that they can serve in what? You got it. They can serve in the new land, following the law, statutes, and commandments. But guess what? Don't forget, there were temples that were still over here.
I know you were around.
That's right, pre-flood temples with scribes on the wall, like in Mexico and others. You had men go in there and begin to read some of the divinations and wickedness that was pre-flood, and they began sacrificing over here in the Americas. And that's when the Most High said, well, okay, I'm going to send a fierce nation against you as quick as the eagle flies. I'm sending Edom to the New World to chastise these tribes who came over to first serve me, but began to disobey. All over again.
If you don't believe that, read that book called The American Holocaust.
The American Holocaust. Exactly. Exactly. But originally, they were all black. They were all dark-skinned coming out of these areas. But something happened. Finish reading what you have, Brother Lord.
Yes, sir. 43. And they entered into Euphrates by the narrow passages of the river. Still the flood, so they were passed over. For through that country there was a great way to go, namely of a year and a half.
Go ahead.
And the same region is called Orsaret,
which means hidden land.
Without Purdue Global, I wouldn't be where I am today. Start your comeback today at purdueglobal.edu.
Pep Boys 4th of July tire savings continue. Save up to $420.
And the name of the other was Pua. And he said, when you do the office of a midwife to the Hebrew women,
come on,
and see them upon the of a midwife to the Hebrew women,
come on,
and see them upon the stools. If it be a son, then ye shall kill him. But if it
be a what?
If it be a son, then ye shall kill him.
If it be a son, kill him. Why?
Hell yeah, that's 100,000.
Because the nation comes through the seed, is through the man. This is how you depopulate a race of people. If an Israelite woman sleeps with another race, she's bringing forth the seed of that race.
Well, the bird's
See?
right there? Yeah. I thought it was over here.
Kill the boys.
Because when I was getting attacked, that thing was.
Because the seed of promise
They got nests up there.
will come through them.
Fucking with me, boy, I tell you. It was
And guess what? They were absolutely right.
Yeah.
Moses came through them, through these women.
That motherfucker got some balls.
Now the Planned Parenthood was set
I was
up.
wondering what that was. I don't know what hit me.
Whole nother deal.
I look up, the bird's just screaming. I'm like, it's
So what we're reading is the prototype, the blueprint for eugenics and Planned Parenthood.
All those animals gone now.
So when you see that pyramid on your dollar bill, the New World Order accomplished, you have to think now, who is modern day Pharaoh and who are those that were made to serve with rigor?
Not a broom, a ball, and hit that motherfucker.
Who are they conspiring against while we're working our behinds off trying to put food on our table?
Yeah, you used to be eels and everything. Eels and
in the Western world, especially in America, to represent what America is about. And they use what? The Egyptian pyramid. To let us know it's the same system in place against the same people. Now,
you used to have way more snakes too. Remember, I used to ride my bike.
I just wanted to put that out there so we can chronologize this. Eventually, the Most High sent a savior by the name of Moses.
They got cats around the snakes and go the other way.
Okay?
Yeah.
Now,
Snakes already sensed the cats.
we all know the story. Moses eventually raised in the Egyptian house. Now that tells you something in itself, because he must have been at least the same hue as the Egyptians. But most people would like to stick there and say, well, he was a black man. Okay, and we should more so magnify the politics of Egypt and the religions that were oppressing our people in Egypt than who was black, because before this, all the people in Egypt were black. We were black people living amongst other black people, to show you it's deeper than just race.
Exactly.
So we need to more so look at the politics of Egypt. Okay?
Do you remember that when Momo tipped into that?
If we ought to preserve ourselves alive.
How did you figure that out? Because I didn't call you, remember?
It's the politics of Egypt that's a threat to us. It doesn't matter what man and what color man is in control of that politics.
That was when that sign came up. We was like,
right? Now,
we pulled that, you hit that sign too, I think.
but just to bring clarity, when Moses is spoken of, and it's in our modern day context, Moses is spoke of as being a white man, and only time black people come in is someone mentions his Ethiopian wife. Okay, which is backward in itself. They'll say, yeah, there was black people. Moses married a Cushite. That's the only time they would like to bring, I'm speaking of the others, would like to bring color in relating us to Cushites or Hamites. When really, yeah, the Bible tells us the color of the Shemites. And just to give you that color real quick, right? I'm going to give you an example in Exodus 3, in Exodus, where the Most High reveals himself to Moses. And I'm going to give you an example of Moses' sister, who was living in Egypt, Miriam, who the Most High smit with a curse for disobeying or going against Moses in the wilderness. So that we can at least give a correct biblical depiction or description of how the Israelites looked in Egypt, using Moses and his sister Miriam, who were born Egyptian citizens, as the examples. Okay? So let's use Moses first. Yes. And you want to get the ham?
No, sir.
No, yeah. You know what
Yep.
Whatever you're ready, just bring whatever you want, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Exodus chapter 4, verse number 16.
Exodus 4 and 16.
It says, and he shall be, in fact, let me jump down here.
Yes.
Exodus 4 and 6. And the Lord said furthermore unto him, put now thine hand into thy bosom.
So Moses feared facing Pharaoh without any certainty that he would live through it. He needed some certainty that him going to Pharaoh to speak to Pharaoh about letting God's people go wouldn't lead to wouldn't mean a death sentence. He was fearful. He understood the power of Pharaoh. So the Lord says, listen, I'm going to show you I'm with you. It's going to be through divine power I free my people. He says, put your hand into your vesture, Moses. And Moses put his hand into his vesture like this. Right? Read, in his cloak. Read.
And he put his hand into his bosom, and when he took it out, behold, his hand was leprous as snow.
Leprous as snow. So Moses looked at his hand, and the miracle here that we see that wasn't in the 10 Commandments with Charleston Heston is that this man's hand turns white as a miracle shown before the Almighty. Now, obviously, he could not have been a white man. Right? Mm-hmm. If the Most High is showing him his power by turning him a different color. Not just his whole body, just his hand looked leprous, like when a perfect example of leprosy, an example of leprosy in the Bible is when you see a person who grows up, and usually it's through vaccine damage today, where they start off dark or brown skin, then they start getting white spots, and the white begin to spot up through their body till they turn white. Well, that's a form of leprosy according to the Bible. A matter of fact, it goes into that leprosy in the book of Leviticus. Mm-hmm. The Bible tells us about it's a curse. So here it is. That's, yeah, those spots, I'm just giving you all some detail because a lot of you don't even know, because they don't teach this in the Christian churches, that that's actually a form of leprosy that the Most High told us about, that told Moses about, to say, listen, these are the things you need to do to help someone overcome that curse. There's a curse there. And the priest must pray over that person until their hue comes in. Now, if they turn completely white, they're what the Bible, the Old Testament, deems a clean leper. Right? See, they didn't teach us this in the Christian church, but it was in the Bible the whole time, folks. Okay? So Moses put his hand in his vesture and he looked, and it was white. It was white. But then the Most High said, just calm down. Read, read, lawyer, excuse me.
Verse 7, and he said, put thy hand into thy bosom again.
Put thy hand back into thy bosom, Moses.
And he put his hand into his bosom again, and he plucked it out of his bosom, and behold, it was turned again as his other flesh.
It was turned again as his other flesh. So when you hear people talking about Moses married an Ethiopian woman, understand that's a diversion. To try to give what they would deem the ignorant of our people some level of relevance, saying, well, yeah, the Bible do speak about black people. You Hamite. You take pride in being a Hamite. It's a diversion. Let's go to Miriam real quick.
Numbers chapter 12, verse number 5. And the Lord came down in the pillar of the cloud and stood in the door of the tabernacle and called Aaron and Miriam. My words, if there be a prophet among you, I, the Lord, will make myself known unto him in a vision, and I will speak unto him in a dream.
Now, this is Moses' sister. They were both born in Egypt. Shemites, living in an Hamitic land. Moses from the seed of Shem. Miriam, his sister, from the seed of Aaron. Both from this, from the seeds of Israel, Levi. Both from the seeds of Shem. Aaron, Moses' brother, seed of Shem. These are dark people living in a dark land. Before Moses went and met the Egyptian woman, the Ethiopian woman, and married her after expulsion, after running away from the Egyptians. He slayed an Egyptian doing what? Saving his own brother. He had to flee Egypt for a time. That's when he met the Ethiopian. But he was born in Egypt. So don't come to me with some, oh yeah, you want to be recognized? Oh yeah, there's black people in the Bible. Yeah. when Moses left Egypt and came back 40 years later, out there in the wilderness, he found some black Cushite. That's y'all. Are you kidding me? They think we're dumb, brothers and sisters. Don't fall for it. Miriam, Moses' sister, go.
Verse 7. My servant Moses is not so, who is faithful in all mine house. With him I will speak mouth to mouth, even apparently, and not in dark speeches, and in a similitude of the Lord shall he behold.
Come on.
Wherefore then were ye not afraid to speak against my servant Moses?
He told Miriam, were you not afraid to speak against Moses? Read.
And the anger of the Lord was kindled against them.
Come on.
And he departed. And the cloud departed from off the tabernacle, and behold, Miriam became leprous.
She became leprous.
White as snow.
If Miriam, Moses' sister, became leprous, white as snow, that means a clean leper from head to toe, what color must she have been before that? What color, chapter and verse in the Torah that's read in synagogues? Read.
And the cloud departed from off the tabernacle, and behold, Miriam became leprous, white as snow.
Leprous, white as snow. And I'm glad someone mentioned that, because they put in the comment, well, they said that she was olive green, or he was olive green. See, I'm glad I was able to travel the world. Okay, you can only teach that to an insulated people who think that there's some other colored people somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
I've yet to see an olive green person, and I've been I've been in Greece, Greek islands, I've been all over the world, the Middle East, I've been everywhere. And yet have I seen that little green olive Martian they're talking about. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't exist. There's no olive people.
Mm-hmm.
And if unless we want to talk about, hey, I just had a Greek salad not too long ago. It had black olives in it.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to show you that it's deeper than just the color here. Read.
Verse number 11. And Aaron said unto Moses, Alas, my Lord, I beseech thee, lay not the sin upon us, wherein we have done foolishly, and wherein we have sinned.
Now, he said, don't put that curse on me. That's what Aaron said. So Aaron must have been what?
Mm-hmm.
A man of color.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Now, eventually, Moses, right? Eventually, brothers and sisters, Moses would give the law to these people.
Mm-hmm.
He would lead them out of Egypt. Y'all know the story, the parting of the Reed Sea, and walk over into dry shod. Boom, everything is fine. Even though they're trying to lie and claim there's no historical proof that Israelites ever lived in Egypt, which is a total lie. And you can totally refute that. There's this documentary out there that really put it to rest called The Pattern of Evidence. Y'all need to get that documentary, because it lets you know that they're purposely distorting history so that we don't tie two and two together. Okay. Totally the archaeology proves that we were there in Egypt. It's there.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a whole nother thing. I'm going to have a get together at our church in which we're going to look at the pattern of evidence and the one they have on the alphabet also. We're going to get together and have that discussion in Philadelphia and talk about how, if they have all this history together, how is it with this research they're not putting out? There's no way this guy, and we interviewed him on our radio station, there's no way you can be in Egypt anywhere researching a documentary on the pattern of evidence of Egypt, proving that the Israelites were there, and not know that those people were us. Impossible. I was in Egypt. It's archaeology looking like us all over the place. Everywhere. Even the Egyptians and the Arabs say, yeah, Yeah, you Benny Ukkel. Benny Ukkel, sons of Jacob. They called us sons of Jacob, right out. They found out we was from America, and the Arabs over there were calling us Benny Ukkel, sons of Jacob. He said, then they do like this. We brother, Isaac, Ishmael. Right? But I digress. Go on. Let's go straight to Moses now. I said I'm gonna chronologize this. They took the black Jews away. The question is, who are these Jews they're talking about? And who are they, according to the Bible? Right? Let's go to Deuteronomy 7 and 6, Deuteronomy 10 and 15, and Psalms 137, 19 and 20.
To read one definition from the Zondervan Bible Dictionary.
Okay, great.
Okay? It's the last point on color. It says ruddy. A word used to refer to a red or fair complexion in contrast to the dark skin of the Hebrews.
In contrast to the dark skin of the Hebrews.
I remember that
and that's the Zondervan Bible Dictionary.
You remember that redneck pastor we interviewed? He refused to go in and read that definition.
Oh yeah, there was a guy that came on that we interviewed who was trying to claim that David was ruddy and trying to say that means all of the Jews and Israelites must have looked like David. Why do you think it's making a distinction of David being ruddy?
Exactly.
Not because all of Judah was dark. It's because exactly, he was lighter than the normal hue of Judah. He was light skinned. So that's why they called him ruddy or fair, folks. But when I tried to get him to read the definition that he knew exists, it was right in his face, and the guy on our program, a right-wing white Christian, refused to read the definition. He seen it there, but refused to read it. Because ruddy doesn't mean that all of the Israelites or Jews were white. Ruddy is just a distinction, singling out one who looks different than all the rest of Judah. Right? Come on.
Exodus chapter 1, verse 15. And the king spake to the Hebrew midwives, of the which name of the one was Shiphrah, and the name of the other was Puah. And he said, when you do the office of a midwife to the Hebrew women,
come on,
and see them upon the stools, if it be a son, then ye shall kill him. But if it be a what? If it be a son, then ye shall kill him.
If it be a son, kill him. Why? Because the nation comes through the seed, is through the man. This is how you depopulate a race of people. If an Israelite woman sleeps with another race, she's bringing forth the seed of that race. See? Kill the boys. Because the seed of promise will come through them. And guess what? They were absolutely right. Moses came through them, through these women. Now, the Planned Parenthood was set up. So what we're reading, parenthood. So when you see that pyramid on your dollar, who are those that were made to serve with rigor? Who are they conspiring against while we're working our behinds off trying to put food on our tables? Think about it. They could have used any symbolism on earth in the Western world, especially in America, to represent what America is about. And they use what? The Egyptian pyramid. to let us know it's the same system in place against the same people. Now, I just wanted to put that out there so that we can chronologize this. Eventually, the Most High sent a savior by the name of Moses. Okay? Now, we all know the story. Moses eventually raised in the Egyptian house. Now, that tells you something in itself, because he must have been at least the same hue as the Egyptians. But most people would like to stick there and say, well, he was a black man. Okay, and we should more so magnify the politics of Egypt and the religions that were oppressing our people in Egypt than who was black, because before this, all the people in Egypt were black. We were black people living amongst other black people, to show you it's deeper than just race. Exactly. So we need to more so look at the politics of Egypt. Okay? If we are to preserve ourselves alive. It's the politics of Egypt that's a threat to us. It doesn't matter what man and what color man is in control of that politics. Right? Now, but just to bring clarity, when Moses is spoken of, and it's in our modern day context, Moses is spoke of as being a white man, and only time black people come in is someone mentions his Ethiopian wife. Okay, which is backward. Hell, there was black people. Moses married a Cushite. That's the only time they would like to bring, I'm speaking of the others, would like to bring color in relating us to Cushites or Hamites. When really, yeah, the Bible tells us the color of the Shemites. And just to give you that color real quick, right? I'm going to give you an example in Exodus 3, in Exodus, where the Most High reveals himself to Moses. And I'm going to give you an example of Moses' sister, who was living in Egypt, Miriam, who the Most High smit with a curse for disobeying or going against Moses in the wilderness. So that we can at least give a correct biblical depiction or description of how the Israelites look in Egypt, using Moses and his sister Miriam, who were born Egyptian citizens, as the examples. Okay? So let's use Moses first. Yes. And you want to get the ham? No, yeah. You know what yeah. Whatever you're ready, just bring whatever you want, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Exodus chapter 4, verse number 16.
Exodus 4 and 16.
It says, and he shall be, in fact, let me jump down here.
Yes.
Exodus 4 and 6. And the Lord said furthermore unto him, put now thine hand into thy bosom.
So Moses feared facing Pharaoh without any certainty that he would live through it. He needed some certainty that him going to Pharaoh to speak to Pharaoh about letting God's people go wouldn't lead to would mean a death sentence. He was fearful. He understood the power of Pharaoh. So the Lord says, listen, I'm going to show you I'm with you. It's going to be through divine power I free my people. He says, put your hand into your vesture, Moses. And Moses put his hand into his vesture like this. Right? Read, in his cloak. Read.
And he put his hand into his bosom, and when he took it out, behold, his hand was leprous as snow.
Leprous as snow. So Moses looked at his hand, and the miracle here that we see that wasn't in the 10 Commandments with Charleston Heston is that this man's hand turns white as a miracle. shown before the Almighty. Now, obviously, he could not have been a white man. Right? If the Most High is showing him his power by turning him a different color. Not just his whole body, just his hand looked leprous, like when a perfect example of leprosy, an example of leprosy in the Bible is when you see a person who grows up, and usually it's through vaccine damage today, where they start off dark or brown skin, then they start getting white spots, and the white begin to spot up through their body till they turn white. Well, that's a form of leprosy according to the Bible. A matter of fact, it goes into that leprosy in the book of Leviticus. The Bible tells us about it's a curse. So here it is. That's, yeah, those spots, I'm just giving you all some detail because a lot of you don't even know, because they don't teach this in the Christian churches, that that's actually a form of leprosy that the Most High told us about, that told Moses about, to say, listen, these are the things you need to do to help someone overcome that curse. There's a curse there. And the priest must pray over that person until their hue comes in. Now, if they turn completely white, they're what the Bible, the Old Testament, deems a clean leper. Right? See, they didn't teach us this in the Christian church, but it was in the Bible the whole time, folks. Okay? So, Moses put his hand in his vesture, and he looked, and it was white. It was white. But then the Most High said, just calm down. Read, read, lawyer, excuse me.
Verse 7, and he said, put thy hand into thy bosom again.
Put thy hand back into thy bosom, Moses.
And he put his hand into his bosom again, and he plucked it out of his bosom, and behold, it was turned again as his other flesh.
It was turned again as his other flesh. So when you hear people talking about Moses married an Ethiopian woman, understand that's a diversion. To try to give what they would deem the ignorant of our people some level of relevance, saying, well, yeah, the Bible do speak about black people, you Hamites. To make you take pride in being a Hamite. It's a diversion. Let's go to Miriam real quick.
Numbers chapter 12, verse number 5. And the Lord came down in the pillar of the cloud and stood in the door of the tabernacle and called Aaron and Miriam, and they both came forth, and he said, hear now my words. If there be a prophet among you, I, the Lord, will make myself known unto him in a vision, and I will speak unto him in a dream.
Now, this is Moses' sister. They were both born in Egypt. Shemites, living in an Hamitic land. Moses from the seed of Shem. Miriam, his sister, from the seed of Aaron. Both from this, from the seeds of Israel, Levi. Both from the seeds of Shem. Aaron, Moses' brother, seed of Shem. These are dark people living in a dark land. Before Moses went and met the Egyptian woman, the Ethiopian woman, and married her after expulsion, after running away from the Egyptians. He slayed an Egyptian, doing what? Saving his own brother. He had to flee Egypt for a time. That's when he met the Ethiopian. But he was born in Egypt. So don't come to me with some, oh yeah, you want to be recognized? Oh yeah, there's black people in the Bible. Yeah. When Moses left Egypt and came back 40 years later, out there in the wilderness, he found some black Cushite. That's y'all. Are you kidding me? They think we're dumb, brothers and sisters. Don't fall for it. Miriam, Moses' sister, go.
Verse 7. My servant Moses is not so, who is faithful in all mine house. With him I will speak mouth to mouth, even apparently, and not in dark speeches, and in a similitude of the Lord shall he behold.
Come on.
Wherefore then were ye not afraid to speak against my servant Moses?
He told Miriam, were you not afraid to speak against Moses? Read.
And the anger of the Lord was kindled against them.
Come on.
And he departed. And the cloud departed from off the tabernacle, and behold, Miriam became leprous.
She became leprous.
White as snow.
If Miriam, Moses' sister, became leprous, white as snow, that means a clean leper from head to toe, what color must she have been before that? What color must she have been? If a curse for speaking against Moses, she was turned according to the Bible, and they have this same chapter and verse in the Torah that's read in synagogues. Read.
And the cloud departed from off the tabernacle, and behold, Miriam became leprous, white as snow.
Leprous, white as snow. And I'm glad someone mentioned that, because they put in the comment, well, they said that she was olive green, or he was olive green. See, I'm glad I was able to travel the world. Okay, you can only teach that to an insulated people who think that there's some other colored people somewhere. I've yet to see an olive green person, and I've been into the Greek, I've been in Greece, Greek islands, I've been all over the world, the Middle East, I've been everywhere. And yet have I seen that little green olive Martian they're talking about. Okay? It doesn't exist. There's no olive people. And if unless we want to talk about, hey, I just had a Greek salad not too long ago. It had black olives in it. But I'm going to show you that it's deeper than just the color here. Read.
Verse number 11. And Aaron said unto Moses, Alas, my Lord, I beseech thee, lay not the sin upon us, wherein we have done foolishly, and wherein we have sinned.
Now, he said, don't put that curse on me. That's what Aaron said. So Aaron must have been what? A man of color. Right? Now, eventually, Moses, right? Eventually, brothers and sisters, Moses would give the law to these people. He would lead them out of Egypt. Y'all know the story, the parting of the Red Sea, and walk over into dry shod. Boom, everything is fine. Even though they're trying to lie and claim there's no historical proof that Israelites ever lived in Egypt, which is a total lie. And you can totally refute that. There's this documentary out there that really put it to rest called The Pattern of Evidence. Y'all need to get that documentary, because it lets you know that they're purposely distorting history so that we don't tie two and two together. Okay. Totally the archaeology proves that we were there in Egypt. It's there. But that's a whole nother thing. I'm gonna have a get together at our church in which we're gonna look at the pattern of evidence and the one they have on the alphabet also. We're gonna get together and have that discussion in Philadelphia and talk about how, if they have all this history together, how is it with this research they're not putting out? There's no way this guy, and we interviewed him on our radio station, there's no way you can be in Egypt anywhere researching a documentary on the pattern of evidence of Egypt, proving that the Israelites were there, and not know that those people were us. Impossible. I was in Egypt. It's archaeology looking like us all over the place. Everywhere. Even the Egyptians and the Arabs say, yeah, you Beni Yukul. Beni Yukul, sons of Jacob. They called us sons of Jacob, right out. They found out we was from America, and the Arabs over there were calling us Beni Yukul, sons of Jacob. He said, then they do like this. We brother, Isaac, Ishmael. Right? But I digress. Go on. Let's go straight to Moses now. I said I'm going to chronologize this. They took the black Jews away. The question is, who are these Jews they're talking about? And who are they, according to the Bible? Right? Let's go to Deuteronomy 7 and 6, Deuteronomy 10 and 15, and Psalms 137, 19 and 20.
To read one definition from the Zondervan Bible Dictionary.
Okay, great.
Okay? It's the last point on color. It says ruddy. A word used to refer to a red or fair complexion in contrast to the dark skin of the Hebrews.
In contrast to the dark skin of the Hebrews.
I remember that
and that's the Zondervan Bible Dictionary.
You remember that redneck pastor interview that he refused to go in and read that definition.
Oh yeah, there was a guy that came on that we interviewed who was trying to claim that David was ruddy and trying to say that means all of the Jews and Israelites must have looked like David. Why do you think it's making a distinction of David being ruddy?
Exactly.
Not because all of Judah was dark. It's because exactly, he was lighter than the normal hue of Judah. He was light skinned. So that's why they called him ruddy or fair, folks. But when I tried to get him to read the definition that he knew exists, it was right in his face, and the guy on our program, a right-wing white Christian, refused to read the definition. He seen it there, but refused to read it. Because ruddy doesn't mean that all of the Israelites or Jews were white. Ruddy is just a distinction, singling out one who looks different than all the rest of Judah. Right?
Are you seeking?
And what they were about to do, take down his empire. He had he had 70 translators get together to translate the book to English, knowing his people were about to speak a new language. Okay? Also, all right, when it comes to this, that's why they call, when the Western world resurged, or the Europeans got back into power, they call it the Renaissance period. Renaissance means new birth. Why did they have to reborn anything if they were the people ruling? So with the Renaissance period, they brought forth their own ideology, their own gods, and they introduced the world to the presto magic, new Jesus Christ, Cesare Borgia.
Beast of the field
is spiritual. Banished. Read.
And
knowledge. The nearer we get to the end, the more you'll see. Now you have righteous chariots, chariots of the Most High, and you have the majority of chariots you see out, especially in these big cities. All right, I wanted to go into this because some brothers and sisters are asking questions based on the 7 seals. All right, so I want to give some clarity with the 7 seals. Also, we're going to bring forth some understanding according to the chariots.
which is sometimes what they call UFOs. Now you have righteous chariots, chariots of the Most High, and you have the majority of chariots you see out, especially in these big cities, when you see those orbs going around, they are Satan's chariots. A lot of these chariots or these
that they should kill one another, and there was given a
before Most High, and you have the majority of, which is sometimes what they call UFOs. Now you have righteous chariots, chariots of the Most High, and you have the majority of chariots you see out, especially in these big cities, when you see those orbs going around, they are Satan's chariots. A lot of these chariots or these orbs, or what you would call UFOs, are vehicles of Satan in a lot of these big cities. All right? So the nearer we get to the end, the more you'll see. All right? But I wanted to go into the 7 seals to some degree. Some people believe that with the 7 seals, that, okay, they're saying, well, this got to happen. That's the first seal. And then this happened. That's the second seal. And then when this happened, so people ask, well, what seal are we in? No. Don't get confused here. All right? Satan has set up religion to make you believe that something is going to happen, that things are afar off, so that you don't recognize the time you're in and deal with it.
Chapter 3, verse 1.
In an effort to bring forth his word. Okay? Now, I would like to say this clearly. Some people out there might ask why we don't teach some of the things you can normally hear in a Christian church. Okay? I don't know if there's something going on in the church where that's what a lot of Christian churches, the universe and the world we live in. Not information to have us cope in a society we don't understand. And that's what a lot of Christian churches, it's more pacification. It's pacifying you and having you accept your current scenario or situation without explanation, and to feel good in total ignorance. All right? Not to say that that's all the churches do, because the communion, the coming together, seeing other people who believe, all those things are important. Okay? The gathering together, just the anointing of bringing people together, nothing, that's great. Even the entertainment part, to some degree, is great. But when it comes to the in-depth doctrine and understanding of the Bible, church is not, modern day theology in church is not the place to go to actually learn what's going on in the Bible. So, just to give an example of what I'm saying in an overview before I go into the lesson. Some people may ask, well, why don't we hear more of Christ when we see some of your lessons? The reason they ask these questions is because they haven't learned or read Christ's teachings. Okay? They feel if you cater to their spirit, and that's teaching Christ. If you just teach of love and just teach of peace and unity and harmony, the psychological profile on that, that's Christ according to what you learn in the churches. But Christ is truth. That's what Christ is. You can't put Christ in a bubble or in one spectrum of what Christ is and say, okay, this is Christ. And anything outside of this package, when we see some of your lessons. The reason they ask these questions is because they haven't learned or read Christ's teachings. Okay? They feel if you cater to their spirit, and that's teaching Christ. If you just teach of love and just teach of peace and unity and harmony, the psychological profile on that, that's Christ according to what you learn in the churches. But Christ is truth. That's what Christ is. You can't put Christ in a bubble or in one spectrum of what Christ is and say, okay, this is Christ. And anything outside of this package is not Christ. That's what the Christian churches have done. All right? They have actually put themselves within a cult of misunderstandings of the Bible and Christ. And they have built a wall or a barrier to say anything on the outside of this cult is a cult. All right? Let's see if we can get some understanding. Today, this evening, through the Spirit of the Most High, we're going to show you, because they haven't learned or read Christ's teachings. Okay? They feel if you cater to their spirit, and that's teaching Christ. If you just teach of love and just teach of peace and unity and harmony, the church is not, modern day theology in church is not the place to go to actually learn what's going on in the Bible. So, just to give an example of what I'm saying in an overview before I go into the lesson. Some people may ask, well, why don't we hear more of Christ when we see some of your lessons? The reason they ask these questions is because they haven't learned or read Christ's teachings. Okay? They feel if you cater to their spirit, and that's teaching Christ. If you just teach of love and just teach of peace and unity and harmony, the psychological profile on that, that's Christ according to what you learn in the churches. But Christ is truth. That's what Christ is. You can't put Christ in a bubble or in one spectrum of what Christ is. They feel if you cater to their spirit, and that's teaching Christ. If you just teach of love and just teach of peace and unity and harmony, the psychological profile on that, that's Christ according to what you learn in the churches. But Christ is truth. That's what Christ is. You can't put Christ in a bubble or in one spectrum of what Christ is and say, okay, this is Christ. And anything outside of this package is not Christ. That's what the Christian churches have done. All right? They have actually put themselves within a cult of misunderstandings of the Bible and Christ. And they have built a wall or a barrier to say anything on the outside of this cult is a cult. All right? Let's see if we can get some understanding. Today, this evening, through the Spirit of the Most High, we're going to show you it's unfair. I'm going to say it's unfair because people are, I think most people are ignorant when it comes to history to some degree, and it's not their fault. And I'm going to go into that. I'm going to show you why most people out there, and even the nations today, and the people who are waking up, are saying that the white man is the devil. I want to put that out there. Now, the reason they're saying the white man is the devil is when they look at current society and what's going on in the earth, they're looking at the hierarchy, and they see that the people who are controlling the earth at this time are primarily white people. And I'll say that's totally ignorant, because if you go into different times in society, when we were under the Persians and they were looking for our mass extermination and trying to kill us, back then we would say that the Persians were the devil, because they were the people trying to kill us. If we were under the Egyptian captivity, when they were trying to kill us and they was killing all the man-child, and they made a decree where the midwives in Exodus, the 1st chapter, were told to break the necks of all the young men that would come through out of the woman's womb. If we were living back in the Egypt's time, we would say that the Egyptians was the devil. It so happened that in 2nd Ezra 6 and 9 it says, Esau, is the end of the world, and Jacob is the beginning of it that followeth. To let us know that Esau would be ruling at the end of the world. So all eyes are on Esau right now. So that's why everyone is bringing out this thing, well, look what the white man did, look what the white man did. But I'm going to show you that through history, the white man is doing the same thing that all the enemies of Israel have ever done. Okay, and there's a spirit behind it. And this teaching will put us in a global understanding of what we are fighting against, instead of pointing it directly to color. All right? We're not wrestling with anything that we can see. See, it's easy to point to what you can see and use that as an excuse to blame somebody. But it's the unseen. That's our biggest enemy. And the unseen is being used by other nations. Yeah. You got something? Okay. It's the unseen that are being used by other nations. And other nations in their hierarchy have used the unseen. It's easy to point to the white man now because we're at the end of the world, and it so happened that their rulership is last. All right? But I'm setting the stage to say, how can we trace the powers that be that are attacking us from ancient time to present time? We will attempt to do that this evening. So you can see the spirits that were over religion and over governments passed from one nation to the next, all the way to the present time, all to our present time, in our present, what you would call governments that are ruling the earth right now. All right? And this will give you more of a mindset of the earth on a global scale, on how powers change hands, how societies fall, okay? Why it's aimed towards destroying us. I hope to go into this to have you understand. We're going to use some history, and I'm going to throw some names out there. I'm going to throw some information out there. Some I can expound on, and some I'd rather not talk about, because I don't want people going into some of the wrong things. But I'm going to show you, through the Spirit of the Most High, how this happened, where you have secret societies, powers that are in place, who are controlled by spirits and demons, and how they develop that relationship to deal with these spirits on a regular basis to control us and eventually fight against the elect. Okay? Now, I have a lot of information, so I'm going to try to go through these things. And then after I'm done, we can open it for questions for those who don't understand. And if you don't understand it, some things you may have to go back and look at the rebroadcast. Just look at, a rerun, or go back and study the clip, and a lot of information will come. But it all started at the beginning. And I'm going to show you how this knowledge that are attacking and destroying this earth, that actually will result in us needing a new earth, where this began and how it went from society to society up until our current day elites. Okay, up until our current time with our elites in the earth today. Now, I need you to go to Genesis 3rd chapter. And let's start at the first verse.
Genesis chapter 3 verse 1. Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field.
It says that now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field. We understand the serpent right here is the fallen one. Read.
Which the Most High Power had made. And he said unto the woman, Yea, hath the Most High said, Ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden? And the woman said unto the serpent, We may eat of the fruit of the tree of the garden, but of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, the Most High hath said, Ye shall not eat of it.
So there was a fruit that the Most High forbid Adam and Eve to touch. Read.
Neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die. And the serpent said unto the woman, Ye shall not surely die, for the Most High doeth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened.
Your eyes shall be what?
Your eyes shall be opened.
Your eyes shall be open. And when your eyes are open, what?
And ye shall be as gods.
You shall be as gods. Read.
Knowing good and evil.
Knowing good and evil. So let's examine this. All right? Now, was Eve's eyes open, her physical eyes? Yes. So this is not talking about the physical attributes of seeing. This is speaking of being able to see and have knowledge on another level. And this other level is to be as gods. Now, gods, according to what the fallen one is explaining, is what he was. So there's knowledge when he fell that he had that was not introduced to mankind. Now, and when you take of this fruit, read.
Ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil.
You will understand both good and evil. Now, some people might say, well, what's wrong with knowing good? See, you have to understand the mindset behind the powers that are controlling the earth. If you understand character of good and evil, you can use psychology to control the masses. If you understand attributes, if you understand what happens at a certain time of year, the moods of people, you can control a society. So this was knowledge, not just how to embetter yourself. In the wrong hands, it could be used to destroy and to control the Most High's people. Listen to this clearly. Read.
Verse 6. And when the woman saw that the tree was good for food.
So she seen it was good, she wouldn't took of this food or this fruit. Read.
And that it was pleasant to the eyes.
And it was pleasant to the eyes, not her physical eyes, because she could see physically even before this. That means idea. There was an idea, an understanding that was given to her that she didn't have prior. Read.
And that it was pleasant to the eyes, and a tree to be desired to make one wise.
To do what?
To make one wise.
To make one wise. Now, what's the benefit of this? If you have knowledge of something, you know that the old saying, the old adage, knowledge is power. If you have knowledge of something, it automatically gives you an advantage over the rest. That's why she was able to trick Adam into doing it, because she had knowledge of something he didn't. Now, suppose we're living in a current day society where most people are dumbed down, but the people or the powers that control the earth have this knowledge that was given to Adam and Eve once they ate of this fruit. That would that would actually put a chasm in classifications of knowledge between the elite and the regular people. I'm going to show you how this agreement with Satan that was made when Adam and Eve fell was given to the elite of this earth to control and to fight against us. Right? Now think about this. Just imagine if the powers that be have this knowledge. Now the question is, did the serpent stop at Adam and Eve? The answer to that is absolutely not. Suppose this information that was given, or this wisdom that was given to Adam and Eve, was written in scrolls and passed from one civilization to the next to rule the masses. And, yes. And suppose the elites and powers of this earth have this information. And it's the technology you see today. I'm going to prove that's so. And I'm going to bring it all the way from the beginning up into our present day time. So the answer to that is absolutely yes. This knowledge of good and evil, or what you would call psychology, was used through all societies to control and to eventually destroy the children of the Most High. It's something deeper than that. You have the fallen one and his cohorts that fell from the heavenly realm, who now have lost the spiritual power to go before the throne of the Most High. And you know Lucifer promised to go before the Most High and take the Most High down. Let's go there. Let's go to Isaiah. And let's read the 12th verse.
Isaiah chapter 14 verse 12.
Read it.
How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer?
How did you fall from heaven, O Lucifer?
Son of the morning.
He was called son of the morning because he was a morning star. He would sing before the Most High. There's angels before the heavenly throne called the morning stars. And every morning, that's the music you hear at the throne. Well, the Most High hears the throne. They would come before him and sing every morning. Lucifer was the leader of this. Read.
How art thou cast down, cut down to the ground? I will ascend into heaven.
This is what he said in his heart. This is his promise, to go back above the firmament of the heavens, or what we would call the ozone layer, go on the outside of the ozone layer, which is space, which is actually heaven, brothers and sisters. Read.
I will exalt my throne above the stars of the Most High.
I will exalt my throne above the stars of the Most High. This is showing us something here. That these space programs they're making, actually they're taking spirits out there to inhabit different parts of space in their little machines. These spirits are trying to get off Earth. Okay, they're not looking for water on Mars. The Bible is telling us exactly what's going on. And see, mankind is in agreement with these spirits for the knowledge these spirits under the fallen one have given them. Read.
I will exalt my throne above the stars of the Most High. I will sit upon the mount of the congregation and the sides of the north.
The sides of the north is due north, as far north as you can go. That's where the Most High is. But the Most High understands, listen, he's millions and millions of light years away from where we are. So there is no physical technology that can get Lucifer here to the north, to where the Most High is. But he kind of figured that he could make an agreement with the elites in this earth to use the earth as a tool and its technology to help him get to the north in that last battle against the Most High, the Creator. Now this is what he's thinking. And the elites are in agreement with it. This is what they believe, brothers and sisters. They believe that if they can help Lucifer regain his original form, that's why they call him the enlightened one, the illuminist, that he will get the power to give them immortality. This is what our elites and government powers are taught. This is what they believe. Read.
Verse 14. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will be like the Most High.
See? He will be the Most High. He will be like the Most High. So he wants that original position he tried to get before the Most High hurled him. So he's trying to get back his original form. And he needs mankind to help him. He was banished to earth. Okay? And through that, he's subject to the laws within this earth. So even if they need to destroy the earth to get the resources for him to fulfill his oath to get back before the throne, this is what they will do. This is what they are doing. Now, so I can't put the cart before the horse, because I said that I would go into some key information to let you see how this moved from one society to the next. Let's go to Ephesians, the 6th chapter.
Ephesians chapter 6, verse 12. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood.
Read it again.
For we wrestle not against flesh and blood.
Our real fight is not against flesh and blood, brothers and sisters. So it's a diversion. If you would just point and say, well, the white man is the devil. Okay? Or this man is the devil, or the black man is the devil, or the Persian man is the devil, or the Egyptians are the devil. It's futile, because these powers that are controlling the earth, what I would say people, are only slaves to the spirits and demons who have given them technology. Now, what they're doing is not right, and there will be a judgment for what they're doing, because they are complicit to mass genocide and the promotion of sin all through the earth. But, all in all, we're not wrestling with flesh and blood. Okay? When Christ ran into a person that was vexed with a spirit or a demon, he didn't really deal with the person. He dealt with the spirit that had the person bound. And we tend to point to the people opposed to the spirit that's controlling the person. And then wonder, well, why don't we have power to cast out spirits? Why can't we do certain things? Why? We don't even recognize that it's not the person but a spirit. So how can you think about having power to do anything when you don't know what you're doing? It's like not having a profession, or you're a doctor or you're not a doctor, and you're going in and you're being placed in a room, and now you have to do open heart surgery. It's impossible, because you haven't learned anything. And that's by the same token when we talk about, well, why are people not doing casting out spirits and doing certain things anymore? Why? They're caught up into this modern day, what you would call education, and they've been diverted into understanding that we're not wrestling with flesh and blood. That there's spirits on people that you must recognize first. And see, this will have us focus more so on what we can see. Paul was telling us, Christ was telling us, listen, that's not our real battle. Don't get caught up with the diversions. Another thing, I don't mean to go off the beaten path, because you know sometimes I do, but I want to say this. This happens the same time when you're being attacked or someone's going against you and all that. You divert the whole situation by actually entertaining it and going back and forth with it. Because you're not wrestling with flesh and blood. There was a spirit that compelled the person to do certain things. And that's why Christ says, well, if they try to do something, turn the other cheek. Don't react to anything someone is doing, because now the spirit can now control you. So you can't react to a spirit. You're not wrestling with flesh and blood or a person. We're wrestling with spirits. And we're going to show you how these spirits have been allowed to run rampant in the earth. Someone might ask, well, why would God allow this to happen? I'm going to show you. Man had power in the earth. Also, man had power of choice. Now, what happens if the powers that be in this earth understand how to actually conjure spirits in the earth for their particular purpose? And I'm going to go into that. So you want to blame the Most High for something man is doing. Man has power to conjure in spirits, to conjure spirits. I'm going to go into that. This is going to give us a higher understanding of what we're fighting against. And let me tell you, I don't know whether or not they're going to let this video stay on, because we're going to go into some names, some dates. We're going to go piece by piece as much as we can to show you who's behind the evil and who is connected with Satan, and where was these meetings, how was the scrolls of the tree of good and evil passed down from generation to generation. We wrestle not with flesh and blood, read it,
but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world.
Against the rulers of the darkness of this world. So there's rulers that are not people in this earth. Read.
Against spiritual wickedness in high places.
Against spiritual wickedness in high places. Read.
Verse 13. Wherefore, take unto you the whole armor of the Most High.
So only Christ can give us this armor that can fight against the unseen. Our battle is not with the physical. We cannot be diverted. I don't pull out the nations and Edom and the other nations so that we can focus on them. I pull it out because Paul told us that that man of sin must be revealed, and then the end shall come. So we did this to show you that, listen, we must reveal the powers that are controlling this earth that made the agreement with Satan to take on the tree of good and evil, to execute this plan, and they are complicit with the fallen one against the Most High and his people, and they are helping through ingenuity and technology Lucifer and his cohorts to fulfill this prophecy leading to the battle of Armageddon in the heavens. So we have to reveal who's doing this. But it's not our focus to try to say, well, let's look at them, because we can't fight against them. We cannot fight. Our fight is spiritual. Now, what are the tools of those that are fighting against us? What are their tools? We want to go there. Before we go there, what gods? Let's get the one in the Apocrypha real quick to show that all nations have a God over them. But the Most High became the God of the Hebrews, unless we yield ourselves to their gods. So we wrestle not with flesh and blood, but there's high rulers we can't see in the spirit that control the world. And for those who, what I would say, worship the gods, get knowledge and technology to rule the rest of the ignorance, what I would call the unknowing people in the earth, the people that just don't know. You can't call them ignorant, they just don't know. So you have those that are willing to make an agreement with these gods, even sacrifice people, whatever they need to do, to get certain knowledge, to have power over people. These people are so power hungry, and so their ambition leads them to want to control other people. Okay? And with that particular ambition, they get an agreement with the fallen one and say, okay, we'll give you knowledge and technology, but you have to help me do this. You can control these people because they're going to die anyway. I don't care about them. I'm trying to get to the heavens. Are you in agreement to help me do this? Now, this is the real agreement that goes down. Let me show you this. Chapter and verse in Ecclesiasticus.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 17, verse 17.
Ecclesiasticus 17 and 17 in the Apocrypha. Read.
For in the division of the nations of the whole earth.
In the divisions of the nations of the whole earth. That means every nationality of people. Read it again.
For in the division of the nations of the whole earth, he set a ruler over every people.
He set a ruler over every people. That means there's a God over every nation. Whether you be, just say when the Lord divided the earth into bounds. Ham, Shem, Japheth, Ishmael, all these different families, Syrians, Elam. There was a God or a fallen God placed over every nation. So that's the understanding of worshiping idols and gods. And so you can prosper or to get rain or get any similitude of peace within your bounds, you needed to reverence the God who was over you. All right? This is the history of your idols and your worshiping of fallen angels. Read that again.
For in the division of the nations of the whole earth, he set a ruler over every people.
He set a ruler over every people. Read.
But Israel is the Most High's portion.
But Israel is the Most High's portion. Which means the Most High allowed an angel to be over every nation, but not the children of Israel. All right? Now, he's our God. He's the children of Israel's God. So there's no need for an angel to be over us. Now, what happens when Lucifer gives them the understanding of good and evil, and they realize that they can get above the rest of society if they link in with that angel that was put over them? If they can find out who that angel is and worship that angel and conjure that angel and get an agreement with that angel. Now you have people connecting with the unseen. This is what's going on in the earth, brothers and sisters. This is why people sacrifice to angels. They sacrifice normal people in society. This is the reason people get kidnapped and you don't know where they are and they get sacrificed in little dark cellars. This is what's really going on. They're doing this for prosperity and knowledge and power over the population. Okay? And I hope I'm bringing this on the lowest, I'm trying to go as low as I can to have us understand what side we need to be on. Now, what are the tools that the adversary used against us? Let's go to Deuteronomy 18. Read.
Deuteronomy chapter 18, verse 10.
Deuteronomy 18 and 10. Read.
There shall not be found among you anyone that maketh his son or his daughter to pass through the fire.
Read that again.
There shall not be found among you anyone that maketh his son or his daughter to pass through the fire.
There shall be no one amongst the children of Israel that will have his son or daughter to pass through the fire. Now, why did the Most High give us this law? See, unless we understand this, you don't have a grasp of how society works, especially a society that was given into the hand of the wicked. He was telling us this is because the other nations figured that if they sacrifice people to that God that's over them, then they would get blessings. They would get blessings because they were willing to sacrifice one they love. Almost similar to how the Most High told Abraham to bring his son, his only son Isaac, for a sacrifice. All right? So the other nations do this. They do blood sacrifice to their God that's been set over them for prosperity. All right? And what they did was they slowly but surely integrated this in society where it's normal. This is a normal play in society to keep their power. There's a certain amount of children they must sacrifice each year. And what do you think Planned Parenthood is? There's more. Read.
Or that useth divination.
Here's some more tools that fuels the adversary and those that are on the wrong side of this. And those that are on the wrong side of this. Listen to this clearly. First of all, sacrifices is used. Second, read again.
Or that useth divination.
Divination. That means divining. Okay? Telling the future. You notice all these things are normal in our society, and they promote it to us as regular choices. You can go somewhere and get your palm read or get your future told. These are all tools embedded or actually embedded in society for us to liberally partake in. Here's tools that's in our everyday life that you walk by and you see. Read.
Or that useth divination, or an observer of times.
An observer of times. You got people who can try to tell the future. They go into different levels of telling you what's going to happen, like Nostradamus. Nostradamus was a top sorcerer. We're going to go into him also in a moment. Top sorcerer, Nostradamus. Read.
Or an enchanter.
Or an enchanter. You got people who put enchantments on people, like charmers, and does different incantations. These things are normal on the wrong side of the Most High, under Lucifer. You're going to find out all these things encompasses the tree of good and evil. This is what Satan produced in the earth to his elites, to those that are under him, to control the masses. Okay, and to them it's good to have all this knowledge, this science, this understanding. It's good, right? To them. Read.
Or a witch.
Or a witch. Okay, a witch is a female conjurer, a woman who would be behind all types of sorcery and witchcraft and do different potions. Okay, now I know some brothers and sisters don't know that your government pumps out witches and warlocks every day, and they put a white jacket on them and call them doctors. Okay, these were what you would call wizards and witches in old time, where they would know what ingredient to use to poison you or to get you well or to do this, and you can feel a certain type of way. Those were your doctors. But they were called witches and warlocks. Today, they're called practicing doctors. Okay, but they're warlocks, they're witches. Read.
Or a charmer.
Or a charmer. All these things are needed in a society in order for the fallen one to fulfill his promise and to control the masses and to destroy us. And the Most High told us, stay away from all these things. Read.
Or a consulter with familiar spirits.
Here's another thing. This is knowledge that was given to certain people the nations had to be able to connect with familiar spirits. Calling spirits, trying to call spirits from the dead. Yes. This is a lot. See, some brothers and sisters don't know the knowledge that was actually given from the beginning. The knowledge that Adam and Eve was able to partake into. And I'm going to show you that our elite have this understanding and was able to market this and put it in society in an effort to destroy us. See, but they knew we would wake up too. They knew we would wake up to the game and what they were doing. So they targeted our genocide at the same time that we would wake up. Okay? Read.
Or a wizard.
Or a wizard. That's a male witch. That's like your witch doctors over in Haiti, over in Africa. These different, your pope, your cardinals, your bishops that are over the Roman Catholic Church. These are all wizards. Read.
Or a necromancer.
Or a necromancer. Let's get necromancer in the Hebrew. And some people might ask about, am I saying doctors or witches and warlocks? Absolutely 100%. When you go into the word sorcery, the word is pharmakeia. Pharmakeia is pharmaceuticals. So they are sorcerers. They are prescribing you medication or potions. See, back in ancient and Druid times, in Celts times, and ancient Babylonian times, they were called potions. Now, they're called drugs. Okay? Let's get necromancer.
Necromancer.
Go ahead.
Hebrew reference H, 1875.
Go ahead.
Darash. A primitive root properly to tread or frequent, usually to follow, for pursuit or search, by implication to seek or ask, specifically to worship. Ask at all, care for, diligently inquire, make inquisition, necromancer. Question, require, search.
Yeah, you get that one too. Here's an example of a necromancer. There's certain units within the CIA and government in which they would have these witches and these warlocks. They put them in the room and they'll ask them certain questions to find someone that's missing, to go and seek someone out that been buried or got killed and who killed them. These are actual people who have linked into the spirit of necromancy who can actually do this. And these units are within police and CIA. Okay, so these things must have been prevalent in society with the Gentiles if the Most High made a distinction and told us, listen, these are the people I want you to stay away from, and don't do these things because you must link into fallen spirits to have this particular power. The power I will give you is different. The power I will give you will be through faith and through actually what you would call necessity. Why did the Most High part the Red Sea? Because it was needed. We needed to get through the water to get to the other side before Pharaoh killed us. So that was through necessity. Okay? It wasn't just because the Most High wanted to do a magic trick. Alright? And that's the power we have through necessity if we link into Christ. But we are not supposed to go into these practicing to conjure spirits into their psychology to be able to do these particular things, because you take on a spirit. You take on a demon. Now that the demon has power over you and you are a slave to this demon operates in different parts of your life. You just invited this spirit in, but it don't stop there. It don't stop with you being a necromancer or a witch. Something comes with all that. It's your soul. Chapter and verse.
1 Samuel chapter 28, verse 1.
Go ahead.
And it came to pass in those days that the Philistines gathered their armies together for warfare to fight Israel. And Achish said unto David, Know thou assuredly that thou shalt go with me to battle, thou and thy men. And David said to Achish, Surely thou shalt know what thy servant can do. And Achish said to David, Therefore will I make the keeper of my head forever. Now Samuel was dead, and all Israel had lamented him.
So Samuel was a prophet of the Most High. He died, and all of Israel lamented or cried for him. He was a great prophet of the Most High. Read.
And buried him in Ramah, even in his own city. And Saul had put away those that had familiar spirits and wizards out of the land.
So Saul was behind taking all the wizards and the necromancers and making sure they were outside the city. They couldn't become part of God's areas. They were banished. Read.
And the Philistines gathered themselves together and came and pitched in Shunem. And Saul gathered all Israel together, and they pitched in Gilboa. And when Saul saw that the host of the Philistines, he was afraid, and his heart greatly trembled.
So he seen the Philistines, and he thought that he would lose the war, and he was afraid. Read.
Verse 6. And when Saul inquired of the Most High answered him not, neither by dreams, nor by Urim, nor by the prophet.
So every which way he tried to get some information from the Most High was not delivering any spirit to him of understanding that he was with him. So what did Saul do? Read.
Verse 7. Then said Saul unto his servants, Seek me a woman that hath a familiar spirit.
You go find me a witch. Read.
That I may go tell her and inquire of her. And his servant said to him, Behold, there is a woman that hath a familiar spirit at Endor. And Saul disguised himself and put on other raiment. And he went and 2 men with him. And they came to the woman by night. And he said, I pray thee, divine unto me by the familiar spirit, and bring me him up, whom I shall name unto thee.
So he disguised himself with 2 guys and went to this witch and said, Listen, I want to call someone from the dead. I'm going to give you the name, and I need you to conjure this spirit for me. Now Samuel was dead at this time. So before this, Saul would get advice from the prophet of the Most High, Samuel. But now Samuel was gone. So he sought out a witch who had the power to do this. Read.
Verse 9. And the woman said unto him, Behold, thou knowest what Saul hath done, and how he hath cut off those that have familiar spirits and the wizards out of the land.
He said, you know that Saul, because he was disguised. And she said, you know that it's against the law for me to do this, because we're not supposed to do this. We've been banished. Read.
Wherefore then layest thou a snare for my life to cause me to die?
So what you trying to do, set me up? Read.
Verse 10. And Saul sware unto her by the Most High, saying, As the Most High liveth, there shall no punishment happen to thee for this thing. Then said the woman, Whom shall I bring up unto thee?
Who do you want me to conjure? Read.
And he said, Bring me up Samuel.
Bring me up Samuel. Now, just imagine this, brothers and sisters. Now, she did it. She called Samuel's spirit out of Hades to communicate with Saul. And Samuel spoke and said, listen, you shouldn't have woke me up, but I'll tell you what, you're going down. You're going to lose. You will die through this. But I'm just showing you a part of what we're wrestling against. The people that are over this earth, that are in your White House, that are in Buckingham Palace, that are in your high government places, this is what they do. Now just imagine that they had the power to call some of the most evil and vile rulers of our past for information. They do. I don't want to get too deep up in here. Let's go to Daniel's, the 2nd chapter. This is the belief system. What I'm showing you, brothers and sisters, are the belief system over all religion in the earth. You notice in the Christian church, there's a thing where people shaking and screaming. and speaking in unknown tongues and spitting on themselves, and the music is playing. I'm going to show you what that is about also. And how through religion it's ritualistic. It's all rituals. Smoke going on and in the Catholic Church, and idolatry and music going and organs going. What is this all about? I'm going to show you. Read.
Daniel chapter 2 verse 1.
Daniel's 2:1.
And in the second year of the reign of Nebuchadnezzar.
Now I'm going here to show you how from society, they were dealing with certain spirits. Now think about this. Even in ancient Egypt, Moses would do a miracle, and the Egyptians, their wizards, would do a miracle to show you the Most High's power versus the fallen one's power. It didn't just stop with Egypt. Once the Most High took down Egypt, Satan packed up his bags and got another empire ready to go against us. And another power-hungry ruler who would actually get ingenuity and technology from him to eventually come against us. And I'm saying this to say, if we just focus, listen to me clearly, brothers and sisters, if we just focus on the white man, we are totally off base in understanding the biblical concept. Okay? I'm going to tell you, if most white people knew what the elites were doing, they would fight against what the elites are doing. Believe me. I don't think they would be able to stomach the child sacrifice. I don't think a lot of them would be able to stomach them calling up an old prophet from some place or some old demon from some place to give them information. Most white people can't fathom that. Okay, not anyone. If we understood what they did in dark corners, in dark places, and these little secret chambers they have all over the earth. Read.
And in the second year of the reign of Nebuchadnezzar, Nebuchadnezzar dreamed dreams.
Nebuchadnezzar dreamed dreams, read.
Wherewith his spirit was troubled, and his sleep brake from him. Then the king commanded to call all the magicians, and the astrologers, and the sorcerers.
I say don't deal with. These kingdoms are set up under the fallen one. So they get their information from the fallen angels, demons, spirits. This is where they get the information. So it was just second nature for him to say, okay, give me a few wizards over here. Bring some sorcerers. Give me some necromancers. I need someone to break down this dream. Because why? All nations have an angel over them except God's people. All nations have a God over them except the children of Israel. This is their regular way. We go pray to the Most High, the God of heaven, the God of all gods. They go pray to these spirits that have empowered them over us. This is how this thing worked, brothers and sisters. Now, they couldn't answer this, of course. Daniel was able to come and break down this vision of the empires that would, and then he was showed empires, but Daniel was able to break this down. The wizards could not. But I'm just showing you, here's a king who get his counsel from all that the Most High told us to stay away from. This is how your presidents work, and I'm going to show you. This is how your kings work. When your president, Barack Obama, when Barack Obama got in office, who do you think they surround themselves with? The biggest sorcerers, the witchcraft. Let me tell you, Hillary is more powerful than Bill. She's a top witch. All right? And she's been used through many cabinets. She was on the scene after Bill wasn't president anymore. Still on the scene doing things. And look where she is now. Many presidents have. Every president is a national advisor. What you would call setting up Afghanistan's and all what's going on with them to topple Russia. The foreign administration under Brzezinski. And if you look at this guy looked like he crawled out of hell. This particular guy was the advisor for all the presidents almost since after Lyndon B. Johnson. What is this dude hanging around for? He's one of their top wizards. Okay? And now he's sitting with Barack Obama. All right? Now, I need you to go to Isaiah 19 and 13. Isaiah 19 and 3. And we're going back to Daniel, the 9th chapter. We're going back to Daniel's the 9th chapter, right after that.
Isaiah chapter 19, verse 3.
Read.
And the spirit of Egypt shall fail in the midst thereof, and I will destroy the counsel thereof, and they shall seek to the idols, and to the charmers, and to them that have familiar spirits, and to the wizards. And the Egyptians will I give over into the hand of a cruel Lord.
You see that? So it says, so what did the Most High do? When he destroyed a society, he take down all their evil counselors. This is how societies go from one power to the next. You have your seers and all them in place who can see all these different things. Therefore, your society is protected, because if you have a magician or a necromancer or a wizard that come to you and say, well, you got to do this, or they're going to destroy your kingdom, then you're going to follow your counselor. So the Most High darken their seers before there's a change of society. That's how one empire falls, then another empire rises. And those spirits that was once controlling this empire will go to the next empire. Why? Because if there's no change in hands, the people will start getting knowledge and topple the whole thing. So eventually it goes from one empire to the next. And I'm just dealing with this on a political scale. But all in all, it's the Most High doing this, leading to the fall of all the nations, so that Israel can rise. We're not to partake in their ways. We're not to go get our palms read. We're not supposed to be dealing with astrology. We're not supposed to be dealing with any of those things. Our protection is the full armor of the Most High and Christ. That's our protection. If we want to find out what's going on in our lives, we must seek the Most High. All right? Now let's go to Daniel's 9 real quick.
Daniel chapter 9, verse 26.
9 and 26. Now when you go read Daniel's 9, it primarily goes into all the powers and this one spirit that would come up in the earth, which is the spirit of Antiochus Epiphanes, which would destroy. As you can see, when you read Daniel 7 through Daniel 9, it talks about the Babylonian Assyrian captivity, the Persian Medo captivity, where the nations were destroying us. And it talks about matter of fact, let's get that, where it says the king of Persia withstood it. Then we're going back to Daniel's 9. Daniel's 10, the water brother, Daniel's 10, and let's start at the 12th verse.
Daniel chapter 10, verse 12.
And I'm showing you how this understanding that all the rulers get, how they get this from the left-hand side, and that this happened all the way up until our present time with Barack Obama, the Pope, all of them. Listen to this clearly.
Then said he unto me, Fear not, Daniel, for from the first day that thou didst set thine heart to understand, and to chasten thyself before the Most High, thy words were heard, and I am come for thy words. But the prince of the kingdom of Persia withstood me 120 days.
He says, but the prince of the kingdom of Persia withstood me 120 days. Now, that means Christ was sent to take down the Persian Empire through the Spirit to raise up the next kingdom that would come. After the Persian Medo Empire, you would have what empire? The Grecian Empire. But on the spiritual side, he was contending with this spirit for 21 extra days to show you there's a spirit over every nation. So this God over the Persians was fighting to keep the Persians in power. This is what we don't see. This is the unseen. Read.
But the prince of the kingdom of Persia withstood me 120 days. But lo, Michael, one of the chief princes, came to help me.
So now Yeshua was doing his thing behind closed doors, fighting the king of Persia and going against his spirit that will allow the Grecians to rise, to the point this Persian God was so starch and adamant in staying in power. Michael came to help him take down the spirit of Persia so that the Greek Empire could be fulfilled. Hope y'all can see this. So this is what goes on for one empire to fall and another empire to reign in its stead, to come in its stead. And when the other empire comes, guess who goes over with the next empire and gets into the next king? Yes, the fallen one. And say, listen, I can give you knowledge to see both good and evil. I can give you everything, but you got to help me do this. And then all his sorcerers, necromancers and wizards and all of that goes with the next empire, Satan's cabinet. Hope you're following me here. This is how this thing happens in the spirit. We see it in the physical, but something happens in the spiritual before there's a change of powers. Okay, let's go to Daniel the 9th chapter. Yeah, you can read it. Go ahead.
Daniel chapter 10 verse 20.
Go ahead.
Then said he, Knowest thou wherefore I am come unto thee? And now will I return to fight with the prince of Persia. And when I am gone first...
Read that 20th verse again for me.
Verse 20. Then said he, Knowest thou therefore that I am come unto thee? And now will I return to fight with the prince of Persia. And when I am gone forth, lo, the prince of Grecia shall come.
See that? He says, I have to do, he says, Daniel, I'm talking to you right now. But now, soon, I'm going to the prince to finish fighting with the prince of Persia. And then after that, the Greeks will come on the scene. The Greeks are next. Now look at this. See, if brothers and sisters know this, then they just can't point to a white man or this man. It's all in the hands of the Most High. Okay? The powers that be cannot help the time that was prophesied that they would be in power. If we were living under the Persians again, and the way they were treating us, and they tried to mass exterminate us during the time of Esther. If we were living under the Persians, you would have brothers standing talking about the Persians are the devil. They're the devil that the Torah and Tanakh speaks of. They're just focusing on one empire and not focusing on the grand scheme. Okay? Now, let's go to Daniel's 9. Read Daniel's 9? Let's get it. Daniel's 9 and the 26th verse. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Daniel chapter 9 verse 26. And after 62 weeks.
After 62 weeks, given a time, because Daniel is wondering when will Israel be delivered, and he's given a time period here. Read.
Shall Messiah be cut off?
That's talking about Christ being crucified. This is what Daniel is being shown. Read.
But not for himself.
But he's not dying for himself. He's dying for the sins of the children of Israel. Read.
And the people of the prince.
And the people of the what?
And the people of the prince.
And the people of the prince. Who's the prince? Hold that. Hold that. And let's get John. Let's get the prince here. John 12 and 31.
St. John chapter 12 verse 31.
Read it.
Now is the judgment of this world.
Now is the judgment of this world.
Now shall the prince of this world be cast out.
And now shall the prince of this world be cast out. What was Christ talking about? The prince of this world, the principalities and the powers of the air. The prince of this world is the fallen one. Now let's go back to Daniel, the 9th chapter, when it talks about, when it says after the people, when it talks about Christ being killed, but not for himself.
And after 62 weeks shall Messiah be cut off.
The crucifixion.
But not for himself.
But not for himself, but for the children of Israel. Read.
And the people of the prince.
The people that are being controlled by Satan, that have power under Satan. Read.
That shall come, shall destroy the city and the sanctuary.
So if you want to know who the people of the prince are, they are the Romans. They are the people who came and destroyed the sanctuary, which means the knowledge of all that evil since the beginning is now being passed to who? The Romans. Now we didn't track this serpent from the beginning through all empires. Now he's with the Romans now. To do what? To fulfill his original promise. Read.
And the end thereof shall be with a flood. And unto the
And it
end.
says the end thereof shall be with the flood. When you go into Revelations, the 12th chapter, it talks about after they took us down, that we fled into the wilderness, and a flood followed after the woman. That flood is your religion, your witchcraft, your sorcery. All the things the Most High said we cannot partake in. Read.
And the end thereof shall be with a flood. And unto the end of the war, desolations are determined.
And they will continue to do this until they make Israel desolate altogether. That is the plan of the fallen one and his cohorts and the societies who are in agreement with the fallen ones. Okay? Hope you're with me now. Now let me give you some overview of how this thing spread through history. During the time of Persia, when all the spirits were operating with him, with the fallen one in Persia, and I know y'all seen it under King Darius and different kings of Persia. Listen to this clearly. As a matter of fact, let's get that. Get me Esdras. First Esdras 3. Start at the first verse. Esdras 3 and 1.
First Esdras, chapter 3, verse 1. Now when Darius reigned, he made a great feast unto all his subjects, and unto all his household, and unto all the princes of Media and Persia, and to all the governors and captains and lieutenants that were under him, from India unto Ethiopia.
Unto who?
From India unto Ethiopia.
Read.
Of 127 provinces. And when they had eaten and drunken, and being satisfied were gone home, then Darius the king went into his bedchamber and slept. And soon after, or with the guard that kept the king's body, spake one to another, Let every one of us speak a sentence. He that shall overcome, and whose senses shall seem wiser than all the others, unto him shall the king Darius give great gifts, and great things in token of victory. As to be clothed in purple, to drink in gold, and to sleep upon gold.
Let's see what happened under King Darius after things were fulfilled, after someone brought a wise saying and said, well, if I give you this wise saying, I just need you to help me build the temple that was fallen. Now don't forget, he's saying the temple that was fallen because it fell under the Babylonians. And now Persians are in charge. You got Esdras saying, you have the prophet saying, well listen, we need to build the temple again. Go to 1 Esdras 4 and 45, and let's see what happened here.
1 Esdras chapter 4, verse 45. Thou also hast vowed to build up the temple.
You vowed to build the temple, read.
Which the Edomites burned when Judea was made desolate by the Chaldees.
So who burnt the temple in the past, even when we fell? The children of Edom burnt our temple. And I wanted to show that. Read the 50th verse.
Verse 50. And that all the country which they hold should be free without tributes, and that the Edomites should give over the villages of the Jews which they then held.
So now, the Edomites started taking our lands back then, but they had to give over some of our villages once the Persians decreed this. Now, of course, the Persians did this to the Edomites, and the Edomites didn't feel good about this. They didn't feel good about this at all. And you can imagine when the opportunity presented itself that they would take them down. Who are them? The Greeks. So you need to understand this geopolitical battle that's happening here in the Bible and how we get to the times we are today in which now the European powers, which is the Edomites, are now destroying those over in the Middle East. This battle didn't just start with our time. They'll make you think that this thing just began. I don't know if I'm going too far off the beaten path, but I had to get that out there. Let's go to 1 Esdras 8 and 69.
1 Esdras chapter 8, verse 69. The nation of Israel, the princes, the priests, and Levites have not put away from them the strange people of the land.
Because it told us in old time, which was Deuteronomy the 7th chapter, that these people that are dealing with all these different practices and exercises, if you don't stop them, it would actually overrun society and destroy the children of Israel. So the Most High was telling us to stay away from them because of their gods. And this happened again. It says, the nation of Israel, the princes, the priests, and the Levites have not put away from them the strange people of the land. Read.
Nor the pollutions of the Gentiles.
What's the pollution of the Gentiles? All their evil that's in our society, destroying us and demoralizing us daily. Read.
To wit, of the Canaanites.
You had the Canaanites.
Hittites. Perizzites.
The parasites.
Jebusites. And the Moabites. Egyptians. And Edomites.
These are all the societies that had witchcraft and sorcery and that was linking up with Satan to destroy the children of Israel. You think that changed? Didn't change. It just went from one society to the next. Now, during the time of Persia, and it's crazy because they teach this in college. If those that went to college, they try to tell you that, well, part of your vocation is to start learning the different cultures of the world, and they give you a book where you got to learn Zoroastrian, Buddhism, Islam, just different factions, and really what they're doing is indoctrinating you into certain things they want you to endear yourself to, because there's ideas in each of these religions. You're following that God that's over the nations. But understand what this shamanism was. This shamanism was actually scrolls from the past that was translated from the Babylonian time, and it was scrolls of Persia, and it was called the working of the chariot. With this particular literature, the Persians could understand good and evil. It was from the beginning, and they would control those that are in their empire. Okay, this is information, scrolls that was used in Persia to keep Israel in check. They were ruling over us. And once the Persians were taken down, guess where this information went? Went to the Greeks. Now, there's more. Let me do this clearly. During the Dark Ages, they had this guy named Abraham the Jew. He was a top magician. This is during the Dark Ages now. While our people were ruling in Europe, you still had factions of Europeans who were there from the Dark Ages, which you would call, under Judaism, which were called the Serpent People. His name was Abraham the Jew. And he had information. This information was later translated out of the Latin into French, and it was called the Goetia. Now the Goetia is the teaching of good and evil. Now, top witchcraft is in this particular book. And it also, they use this to summon spirits and to control the masses' emotions. And they would do this. It came from Persia, the Jewish people, back during the Dark Ages, that are bringing that old witchcraft and magic into regular society. And the information that they used that was the Jewish people back during the Dark Ages that are bringing that old witchcraft and magic into regular society. And the information that they used that was passed down to the Bushes, the modern day CIA and all them, is called the Grimoires. It was translated out and it was called the Grimoires, where you can control people through sorcery, witchcraft, necromancy, sacrificing. All these things are in this particular book, And they learned how to put it in society. They were taught how to make it a mainstream part of society. They would use movies, they would use anything to actually have society accept evil as the norm. Also, in the book, it taught them what type of flowers and what types of drugs to use and to find and to harbor if you want to control the people under hallucinogens. All this was in the book. This is the book the CIA used. This is the book your government used. There's no such thing as illegal drugs. They need you drugged up so that you can be susceptible to these particular demons and spirits. This is what we're fighting against, brothers and sisters. Now, this particular oracle this guy came up with, which is in our modern day high-level masonry, was showed to European aristocrats how to conjure spirits in their councils for directives on how to control the masses. So it's not, these guys are sitting down at the table, it's not really the council. They're just some dumbed down guys that's looking to be controlled by spirits. This is what we're dealing with here. And they deal with all types of rituals, okay? And with these rituals, the spirits enter the room and tell them their threats and what to do to stay in power. We're not wrestling with flesh and blood, brothers and sisters. On a whole nother level, we're dealing with a demonic occult that's over society, that's looking to destroy everyone. And guess what? We're not wrestling with flesh and blood, brothers and sisters. On a whole nother level, we're dealing with a demonic occult that's over society, that's looking to destroy everyone. And guess what? They don't care. They know the earth, how to accept evil. CIA and all them is called the grimoires. It was a book called, and it used sound. The Jewish people, and it used sounds and music to conjure spirits. So they used music. Don't forget, Lucifer was the singer, the morning star who sung before the Most High. So certain tones they understood can control people through vibrations and sounds. Now, these are Jewish people back during the Dark Ages that are bringing that old witchcraft and magic into regular society. And the information that they used that was passed down to the Bushes, the modern day CIA and all them, is called the grimoires. It was translated out and it was called the grimoires, where you can control people through sorcery, witchcraft, necromancy, sacrificing. All these things are in this particular book, and they learned how to put it in society. They were taught how to make it a mainstream part of society. They would use movies, they would use anything to actually have society accept evil as the norm. Also, in the book, it taught them what type of flowers and what types of drugs to use and to find and to harbor if you want to control the people under hallucinogens. All this was in the book. This is the book the CIA used. This is the book your government used. There's no such thing as illegal drugs. They need you drugged up so that you could be susceptible to these particular demons and spirits. This is what we're fighting against, brothers and sisters. Now, this particular oracle this guy came up with, which is in our modern day high-level masonry, was showed to European aristocrats how to conjure spirits in their councils for directives on how to control the masses. So it's not, these guys are sitting down at the table, it's not really the council. They're just some dumbed down guys that's looking to be controlled by spirits. This is what we're dealing with here. And they deal with all types of rituals, okay? And with these rituals, the spirits enter the room and tell them their threats and what to do to stay in power. We're not wrestling with flesh and blood, brothers and sisters. On a whole nother level, we're dealing with a demonic occult that's over society, that's looking to destroy everyone. And guess what? They don't care. They know the earth is going to be destroyed. That's the whole point, because in order for Lucifer to get up to the heavens, they must rape the earth of its resources to give him the technology to fulfill his promise to go to the heavens. So they don't care about earth. So let alone you. Let's go to Revelations, the 13th chapter.
Revelations chapter 13, verse 1.
Read.
And I stood upon the sand of the sea, and saw a beast rise up out of the sea.
Go ahead.
Having 7 heads and 10 horns.
And I went into that the other day to show you that the beast is the Roman Empire. Satan went from all those empires, and now he's over the Edomite empires, which is primarily Europe. Read.
Having 7 heads and 10 horns.
Having 7 heads and 10 horns. Read.
And upon his 10 horns, and upon his horns 10 crowns, and upon his heads the names of blasphemy.
The name of blasphemy. So all the evils that the Most High told us to stay away from is now linked to this particular power, the European faction and powers who are ruling the earth today. And see, people are so concentrating on that they just focusing on that and not the powers that are controlling them. So they know the white man is the devil. He got to be the devil. He's the one doing this. Why would he follow this? Listen, every empire that was in charge followed Satan. Let me tell you, I'm not diminishing their role and the powers that bees role, but I'm not going to focus on that and not understand that there's a bigger spirit that we must fight against. Because those guys are just puppets. They're just puppets. Okay? Read.
Verse 2. And the beast which I saw was like unto a leopard, and his feet as were the feet of a bear, and his mouth as the mouth of a lion. And the dragon gave him his power.
And who gave him his power?
And the dragon gave him his power.
Who gave them their power?
And the dragon gave him his power.
Their power is from Satan. Their power is from these spirits. Now, reeling this back, during the time going around after the Dark Ages, when you get around the 1800s, okay, when you get around the 1800s, you had a guy that started dealing with the memoirs, and he was from Britain, and he started taking it over to America. Okay, so don't think Nikola Tesla was this great scientist with all this understanding. No. Nikola Tesla was a high occult Satanist who was getting information from demons. Okay? They needed the HAARP system. The HAARP system was actually dealt with through Tesla so that they can send out vibrations to control people, to control moods, to change moods. This is all part of their science, their sorcery, their witchcraft. This is what the Most High told us to stay away from. That if we're under Christ, it have no power over us. So Nikola Tesla wasn't this smart scientist. He was a top wizard who got information on how to build certain weaponry to control people. Okay? Later on down the line, they had their guy Aleister Crowley, who was a top demon who they found in a room, in a hotel room, butt naked, screaming, because the demons obviously overtook him. He bit all his fingernails off before he died, because the demons that was giving him power eventually took him. They was using him on the music side with the same books that was from ancient times to be able to pray into the music, to send vibrations to cast spells over the world and use music to do so. Okay? So they learned how to take ancient technology that was controlling the world or controlling certain isolated areas and make it where it can be a worldwide, what you would call spell on the whole earth. They took Hollywood and they took music and they took drugs, and all of these was an idea of the spirits to destroy us. Okay? It's a lot of information, so I'm trying to just go in an overview. I don't have all that time. Okay? So this is what gets us to the place where we are today, where you have the elite that don't care about people. The initiations and oaths that your government officials must take to actually assume office, they take an oath with Satan. And when they get in their private little conclaves and their private little temples, they worship the fallen one. They get their technology from demons and fallen ones. Okay? Those that are in the electoral system that pledge to the flag and that actually believe in it are actually on a low level complicit also, because their spirits empower the satanic society and Satan whom they're praying to. Okay? I want to show one other thing. So this information, Nikola Tesla, also Aleister Crowley in the 1800s started bringing it with the Beatles music. The Beatles had it. Michael Jackson started dealing with it. Babyface started dealing with it. All these people started dealing with getting these spirits over their music. Okay? And that came from ancient time, even before the flood, under Tubal-Cain. The work of brass and using music to send forth certain vibrations. You notice in the churches, when the music goes, everybody goes into their convulsion. It goes into their spirit. Their emotions come to life. And when the music slows down, everybody just stop. They slow down. And no one perceived that they're being controlled by a spirit. No one can see that it's a spirit that's in the church that have overtaken your emotions. The Greeks called it the god of Bacchus, B-A-C-C-H-U-S. That was the god of music that come in and have you lose yourself in the music. Okay, so this is what we're wrestling with. We're not wrestling with flesh and blood, sisters and brothers. We're wrestling with spirits. So this is what, there's other things, but I want to go into that. I'm going to go into the war tomorrow, but I wanted to give you all some history and oversight according to scriptures. How this thing and this witchcraft passed from generation to generation, and now we're here, and in a time in which the Most High told us not to deal with these things, are a regular part of your society. One last thing before I go in and answer some questions. They dropped it in the movie Devil's Advocate years ago. Look at all the guys that so-called, what's his name, Al Pacino, was actually, he was a defense attorney or had a defense firm, because he was showing the people that control the law firms. Who are they? Think about this. They was dropping it. And that defense, these guys were defending people who they know was guilty. But without these, a society cannot go. So you remember when you had that guy sacrificing for the rich and the powerful, the black Levite that was sacrificing, and they was trying to lock him up, and they came and defend him so that he can continue to do his witchcraft and sacrificing, because they need him in society to do that. Remember the guy that was a pedophile that was raping kids and was found, and they got him off? They need people to do that. That's part of what keeps their society going, because their sacrificing and their ritualistic behavior is what empower their society. Now some people get caught and so they have to go through the process. But really, this thing is being done on a mass scale all over the earth, not just in America either, brothers and sisters. In the Middle East, I seen something today where a rabbi even admitted that, yes, we sacrifice little Gentile kids every year, and we put the blood in the matzah bowls. For Passover, we eat the blood of you Gentiles. That's what gives us power. And, of course, we're not cannibals, so what we do, this is what he said, we'll just send your body, your dead body of the kids and people we kill, to the butcher houses and get you ground up into your sausages and your McDonald's food. And we'll just feed you to yourselves. This is having your children go under the fire. This is the real world. This is what we're wrestling against. These sick, sadistic, satanic people. And the only way to overcome it is to overcome ourselves and put on the full armor of Christ. So brothers and sisters, don't be out there talking about the white man is the devil, okay? Any society that had power are being ruled by the devil. Everyone going over there, and I'm going to go over that tomorrow, and they are about to topple Syria. This is scripture, this is Esdras, and we'll be going into that tomorrow during the Sabbath, the Arab Spring. But I wanted to let y'all know so we can bring this in, put it in its proper context, how these spirits were able to go from one place to the next, and the records on how to control the earth, even under the CIA. The CIA, the Central Intelligence Agency, is not what you would call a regular agency that's being controlled by people. It's demons at the pinnacle of the CIA. It's the Central Intelligence Agency. So the question you have to ask, what are they the center of what? That were a part of the 10 horns of Rome. America came out of France, Spain, and Britain. A lot of these chariots or these orbs, or what you would call people, some brothers and sisters are asking questions based on the 7 seals. All right. So I want to give some clarity with the 7 seals. Also, we're going to bring forth some understanding according to the chariots, which is sometimes what they call UFOs. Now you have righteous chariots, chariots of the Most High, and you have the majority of chariots you see out, especially in these big cities, when you see those orbs going around, they are Satan's chariots. A lot of these chariots or these orbs, or what you would call UFOs, are vehicles of Satan in a lot of these big cities. All right? So the nearer we get to the end, the more you'll see. All right? But I wanted to go into the 7 seals to some degree. Some people believe that with the okay, the new Jesus Christ, the Renaissance period, what they do, they took all the paint, they took their white paint and went into our records, went into our art, and started painting all the dark icons white. Renaissance period. Because before that, there was no doubt that all the Jews were black. All right, now, why am I saying this with the Apocrypha? They took the Apocrypha out because the Apocrypha identified them hundreds of years, over 1,000 years before they did this. It was written in the Apocrypha what they would do. So this book, this little red book, catch them red-handed. So they had to take this out before the real Jews read it. If you don't believe me, I'm going to give it to you right now. Then I'm going to show you hell out of this book. The truth of hell. I don't want to get too much off the beaten path, but we have people here that have never had some of this history. So I'm going to show you that it shows you in the Apocrypha them using their paint to paint all our records white.
Definitely keep wasting money, huh?
Yo, what's going on here? You alright? You gotta keep it down, brother. Okay?
Don't keep doing it.
Let me get it real quick. I'm gonna show you.
He's talking about some money.
And then they used to use, they also use Bibles. This is how they got you. They get these big Bibles, almost bigger than this table I'm reading on. And when you open up the Bible, you would see all these white pictures drew by Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo and all their artists. So here it is. It made you think that the people that you were reading about, or that you've seen in the book, were the people of the book. So they get, and they know children, and they didn't put this in for the adults, they put that in for the children. Because children wouldn't read the words. They would just look at all the pictures. They would just review the pictures. And as they grew and learned the book, they realized, okay, all the people of the Bible must be white. That's what they did. Was this written of? Let's see. Go to Wisdom of Solomon. Go to Maccabees 3 and 48. The book of Maccabees out of here. Maccabees 3 and 48. Read that.
First Maccabees 3 and 48. And laid open the book of the law.
Read the 47th verse and the 48th verse. Read it.
Verse 47. Then they fasted that day, and put on sackcloth, and cast ashes upon their heads, and rent their cloths, and laid open the book of the law, wherein the heathen had sought to paint the likeness of their images.
And this is what the Maccabees did. They laid open the book of the law, wherein the heathen had sought to paint the likeness of their own images. Well, this wasn't the first time on this side they tried to put their image with our records. They did that in the past. Right? Painting their own images so that we can think that they are the people written of in the scriptures. Straight deception. Go to 2nd Maccabees. Let's go to Wisdom of Solomon 14 and 8. Wisdom of Solomon 14. Let's start the 8th verse.
Yeah, 17%.
Wisdom of Solomon 14 and 8. But that which is made with hands is cursed, as well as he that made it. He, because he made it, and it, because being corruptible, it was called God.
So this was cursed, what they made. Read.
For the ungodly and his ungodliness are both alike hateful unto the Most High.
Go ahead.
For that which is made shall be punished together with him that made it. Therefore, even upon the idols of the Gentiles shall there be a visitation.
So because they did this, there will be a visitation on the Gentiles. Christ is coming back to right this wrong. Read.
Because in the creature of the Most High they are become an abomination.
They are an abomination. They took the Most High's law and set it to the side. Or they say that now Christ will allow us to do anything we want. We're going to be evil and wicked, and through Christ's blood it's going to be okay. This came through the Catholic Church. Now they're teaching us we can break all God's law. You can eat what you want, do what you want, because Christ died on the cross. That's madness. Read on.
And stumbling blocks to the souls of men.
Go ahead.
And a snare to the feet of the unwise.
Read on.
For the devising of idols was the beginning of spiritual fornication.
When they started erecting their idols in the Roman Catholic Church, it became the beginning of spiritual fornication. Read.
And their invention of them, the corruption of life. For neither were they from the beginning, neither shall they be forever.
Go ahead.
For by the vainglory of men they entered into the world.
For by the vainglory of men they entered into the world. Read.
And therefore shall they come shortly to an end.
Go ahead.
For a father afflicted with untimely mourning.
That's Rodrigo Bogier.
When he hath made an image of his child soon taken away.
He made an image of his child soon taken. Is written of in the Apocrypha, the Old Testament. Read.
Now honor him as a god.
Now they honored this guy's son as a god. Jesus is God. This was written about 1,000 years before they did it. Tell me our records are not exact. Our prophecies are not true. Read.
Which was then a dead man.
Somebody wake this. Hey brother, you want to hit the bed up? Read on.
Verse 16. Thus in the process of time, an ungodly custom grown strong was kept as a law.
So eventually, as time went on and you enslaved the earth, it's kept as a law now. You're telling us that our laws are done away with, but you can celebrate Christmas. You're telling us that our laws are done away with, but you can celebrate Christmas. You're telling me that the Sabbath is done away with, but you are celebrating Sunday as the Sabbath every day. Follow our Sabbath. Read.
And graven images were worshipped by the commandments of kings.
And the kings, by the commandments of kings, when they set up their little churches, they made the slaves, which were our people, worship their images. Look at the Boricua Taino Indian, the Puerto Rican, man. You would think they brought the Catholicism here. They do Catholicism better than the Europeans. Got images all over their house. You can't even walk in a house. You may knock something over and start a fire. Man. So many candles and all types of stuff lit up in the place. This came from the Roman Catholic Church. And it was written of in the scripture before they did it. Read on.
Verse 17. Whom men could not honor in presence, because they dwelt afar off.
Why they couldn't honor him in presence? People couldn't honor him because they knew this dude was crazy. This guy had sex with his sister Lucretia. He was a notorious homosexual. All right? Nasty homosexual. Let's get it straight. Had sex with his sister, killed his brother-in-law, the Duke of France, so that he could sleep with his sister. How can you put this guy up to be Christ? And they have him in a book called The Triptych of Poisoners. Why? He was the best-known poisoner during his time. Here's your Lord and Savior, North American Indian. Oh, you Negroes straight off the ship. Here's your God. I got some holidays for you too, Negroes. And I have a Sabbath for you. It's called Sunday. Now, you have a choice, Negro. You can work 7 days a week, or you can get the Sunday off if you go worship our God. What you want, Negro? Huh? Read on.
They took the counterfeit of his visit.
They took his what?
They took the...
1,000 years before they did it. I'm reading. They took the counterfeit of his visage and did what?
So far, and made an express image of a king whom they honored.
They made an express image of a king they honored. Cesar Borgia. Okay, a Spaniard. Read.
To begin, that by this, their forwardness, that they might flatter him that was absent.
So what they did, they put him up to flatter the king. Now, did our people do this? Now, people want to say that, well, I'm making it a race thing. It became a race thing when they put this guy up. Here it is. You can claim to be the Jew. You can claim to be the people of God in the Bible. You can claim to be God himself in Jesus. But we're the ones pulling the race card when we expose you or not. We didn't do this. Now that we found out that we're the actual people, now is, well, why it have to be about color? Where was that argument when the Catholic Church brought this homosexual over to be Christ? Now that we found out the truth, we're the problem. Oh, he must be in a cult because he don't believe Christ is white. Oh, he don't celebrate Christmas that the Catholic Church gave him. He must be in a cult. When the cult came over here on ships, it's called the Catholic Church. Okay? Read on.
That they might flatter him that was absent, as if he were present.
Go ahead.
Also the singular diligence of the artificer.
The artificer, which is the artist, did do what?
Did help to set forward the ignorant, the more superstitious.
This made more superstition. Okay? The ignorant, which means the unlearned. And guess what? They made our whole society ignorant. I see people walking around with this guy on their neck, on their shirts, tattooed to them. Don't even know don't you know this dude was a wicked guy? And I see guys with tattoo. I'm like, yo, who that on your chest, brother? I'm like, you know what that brother did? That brother was a homosexual. That's like walking around with RuPaul on your chest. Come on, man. Read on.
Verse 19. For he, peradventure, willing to please one in authority, forced all his skill to make the resemblance of the best fashion.
So back then, there was no moving pictures. So the artist was challenging who could make the best image of this guy to get paid by the king. Those pictures you see, the Mona Lisa, the Last Supper, all these, that was your movies for today, your moving pictures. That's why there's so much action, and when you look at the picture, you see something new each time. Okay. I know you have to leave now, right? Okay, well, just to bless you. I'm sorry. You can come. We're going to try to have it open for y'all tomorrow, okay? All right, bless you. We got another, let's see if we can get it all done in 30 minutes, all right?
Okay.
Bless you, sister. Good night. Y'all be careful, all right?
Yep.
Let's finish it up here. Okay, you got something nice and cushy for you now. Good to go, right? Yeah, he's good.
And he had total envy and jealousy over his younger brother, which was 13 years younger than he. So if the Most High didn't move this guy probably would have tried to kill Isaac. So the Most High says, listen, you and your son, you both have to go. Get out. So what type of spirit eventually would happen amongst this child against the chosen seed? Feeling the pain of his mother, feeling what's going on with him. The 7th chapter, it gives you, I didn't move this guy.
I'll try to have it open for y'all tomorrow, okay? All right, bless.
Okay, shalom, brothers and sisters. We are the elders of the Gathering of Christ Church. We have myself, Elder Lakashar, along with Elder Lawyer. We're here on the Sabbath to go into a detailed lesson on what? The geographical location of the laws. And I say that, the wilderness, the place the Most High gave His commandments. Why am I going here today, you might ask? Well, we've mentioned that Israel has been scattered throughout the 4 corners of the earth, the true children of Israel. Why? Because Israel, the children of God, broke the laws. So it's no coincidence at the very end. There's no doubt in anyone's mind that we are in epic times. That we must bring validity and understanding, according to archaeology, that there was a place we received the laws that were broken. The children of Israel were scattered throughout 4 corners of the earth. Why? Because Israel broke the laws contained in the Bible. Let me show you something here. What I have in my hand here is a King James Version Bible with the Apocrypha included. Now, what we are about to show today, I personally don't expect everyone out there to receive it, even when proven as true. Why? Well, the law, statutes, and commandments were given to the people of the book. And there's a serious conspiracy amongst the nations to discredit it, knowing that there's prophecies in the book which leads to the freedom and upliftment of the children of Israel throughout the 4 corners. So I'm going to go into this about the laws and the geographical location of where our foreparents received them. Why? The religious powers, as well as the political powers, the Gentile nations, those that are over the New World Order, or quote-unquote Illuminati. Well, these are they who are over ancient archaeology and how it's interpreted to the layman. They're over history. So it's in their interest to put out history to discredit what gives freedom to the elect. The elect will continue to suffer curls through Jacob's trouble. Why? We will continue to suffer, and they know it. Because the laws were given to Israel. So it's the nations, it's really the Gentiles and the Masons' agenda to keep us from ever believing there was a law or a place that the Most High said in scriptures he would come down and give the law from heavens to the earth. So what did the Romans do once he fell? Well, the Romans and the sons of Ishmael, which are Arabs, conspired together to hide any archaeology and any place that would connect us back to that law. We're going to show this today. So we'll know beyond any shadow of a doubt, according to scriptures, where is the geographical area Moses gave the commandments of the Most High to the children of Israel. And guess what? We have archaeology. We have pictures. Picture says 1,000 words. And we have scriptural proof. So instead of going through the conspirators to verify the Bible, we will now go into the Bible and use that as the blueprint and point out the geographical areas according to scriptures. Areas that you can find today. Now, if what I'm saying is correct, that means there is a God of Israel. The Bible is true. Okay? It also means that the laws contained in them has value for the people of God. I don't expect those that are in the Christian church to receive this, a lot of them. No disrespect to them, because a lot of them are great people. But they are taught the laws are done away with. So automatically, when they hear Moses, it's turned off, not realizing that the scriptures prophesied Christ during the time of Moses. Christ is an extension of Moses to finish what Moses could not complete. What is that? Bring the children of Israel back home. To give them their kingdom. Now, why is this important? Your universities, your higher schools of learning, and your religious institutions questions the Bible or put the Bible on the same platform as mythology. And then leave it up to the layman to decide if that's something they should choose, just like any other religion or any other book. Well, that doesn't fly for our people. Okay? The Arabs cannot give me their book and say that's my way of life. The Romans cannot give me their history and their theology and claim that that's my way of life. Okay? We must get it from the source. Because most people in the earth today questions the Bible and put it on the same plane as mythology, what happens now? Lawlessness has ran rapid throughout the earth. Sin. People with low morality. No pure morals. No honor. No respect. Why? When there's no law, there's chaos. That's what the New World Order powers want. They want a world of chaos. So they can automatically have that world by attacking the Bible and saying that these laws in the Bible never happened. There was never children of God. And people are individuals and do what they want to do. There's no one way. If the Bible is true and these places we show are correct, and you can reach them yourself today and go see them yourself, that substantiates the scriptures and let us know that these laws are real. There's a place we received them, we went away from. Let me just give you a few scriptures on the law real quick. And then I'm going to go into the place that's standing today, that exists today, where Israel, the children of Israel, received the law. I'm going to give you geographical locations today, according to Scripture. Now, go to Psalms 147 real quick. Okay, they say the screen keeps freezing, right? All right, one moment. Let me see if I can fix this. All right. Thank you. All right, going right into it. The geographical location of the mount Moses received the law and delivered that law to the children of the Most High. Now, I wanted to go into the fact that in the end days, in the end times, the so-called Masons under Albert Pike, during the end of the 19th century, made a proclamation that at the very end, they will culminate a fictitious war against Christians and Muslims and eradicate religion and attack the Bible and bring forth lawlessness throughout the whole earth to usher out Lucifer as the God of this new world. So it's no wonder at the very end, there's lawlessness and there's no belief, uncertainty, not sure, don't care. So we want to take you way back to when the laws was instituted. Why? Brothers and sisters, we understand why the Gentile nations are lawless. They didn't receive the law. So how can they now become the authority over a book and a law that wasn't given to them and look to discredit it? How can you discredit something that you were never the authority of? Okay, you are the authority of a Gentile rule. See, but they needed to utilize the Bible during the time of our fall, the time that our forefathers were in captivity. They had to grab that bit of morality, that book of law, that substantiates everything, that links the whole earth into what happened in the beginning. The laws concerning God's people and the judgment on the nations. And why there's a future judgment on them. They had to get inside and take our book so that they can now spin it their way through theology. Who did this? The Rosicrucians and the Jesuits, the Roman Catholic Church. So that if they can give you a false idea of a book and then expose it, their falsehoods that they've created at the very end, they realize that the majority of the world, our people, the people of God, would eventually throw out the baby with the bathwater and live in lawlessness without conscience. So we need to take you way back to show you God did come down with that. The Most High God. He did give a people a law. Christ came under that same law to fulfill it. And in order for us to receive this kingdom, we, as Christ did, must receive and understand and follow the laws. Okay? Now the Archaeologists Alliance, they gave us a false place for the Mount for the Mount of laws, where the laws were given to Moses. They gave us a false geographical locations. The Arabs and the Romans, the Edomites, were behind this conspiracy. So that we can believe now that the Bible is a fallacy and all the archaeology points to the fact that there's no Israelites. It never happened. Okay? But we're going to prove them false. Liars. First of all, let's get into the law. For the last couple of weeks in the academy, we did a dispensation. We did something different. We figured that we would take 2 weeks strictly to go into some law so that brothers and sisters to Moses and the grace that was given under Christ, not to break the law. And showed how Christ fulfilled going into the geographical location where our forefathers received the law. I mentioned before this went out that I don't expect the Gentiles and the other nations to receive this, who are dealing with alternative religions or questioning the Bible. Why? Let's go to Psalms 147.
For the Psalms chapter 147, verse 19. He showeth his word unto Jacob.
Read together.
He showeth his word unto Jacob.
He showeth his word unto Jacob.
His statutes and his judgments unto Israel.
Read it.
He showeth his word unto Jacob. His statutes and his judgments unto Israel.
He showeth his word unto Jacob. What's his word? The Bible. He showeth his word to a specific people. Right? Excuse me. Went down the wrong pipe. Now during this time when the law was given to Moses, the Edomites had their religion, the Canaanite religion. The Egyptians had their religion. The Arabs had their religion. Right? But this word was shown unto who?
Unto Jacob.
Come on.
His statutes and his judgments unto Israel.
His statutes and his judgments unto Israel. Israel are the people of the book. Read.
Verse 20. He hath not dealt so with any nation.
He have not what?
He hath not dealt so with any nation.
So I don't expect the nation to agree with the book. If the Most High said he have not dealt so with any nation, today the nations can question whether or not this book is valid.
How the fuck did I lose cover now?
Feeling it doesn't apply to them.
Did he decide to dodge that? This dude.
Okay. Living in a selfish world applies to you, but not him. To keep you in servitude, because the laws were given to us. All the nations have everything over us. Well, that was prophesied. Much is required. Read.
And as for his judgments,
how do
read?
Praise ye the Most High.
Praise ye the Most High. So the laws were given to us.
I was swap my team, bro. I'm facing Gogeta every match now.
I know that beyond any shadow of a doubt that the people who were scattered throughout the four corners of the earth,
I can't use Gogeta, bro, because every match is a fucking Gogeta.
In served captivity according to this same law are the children of God. Read Deuteronomy the 28th chapter and 64. The same geographical location we received these books, the law, will be revealed today.
Like, are you serious? Dude, this fucking game stop. Go!
And the Most High,
the real children of Israel,
if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Most High, thy power, to observe and to do all his commandments, which I command thee, and his statutes, which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee.
That all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee. What curses? Deuteronomy 28 and 64.
Deuteronomy 28 and 64. And the Most High Ahia shall scatter thee among.
And what?
From the one end of the earth, even unto the other.
And do what?
And there thou shalt serve other gods.
And there thou shalt serve what?
Other gods.
Other gods.
Which neither thou nor thy fathers have known, even wood and stone.
Even wood and stone. Right?
Stop pissing me off, bro. Dude, go. Stop.
Serve other gods, even wood and stone. Wood is your cross in Christianity. Stone is your Kaaba stone in Mecca. See? Here's the true curses of the people of God. See, that's how we know. We just tell them the truth. That's how we know the Jewish people are not the people. They weren't scattered throughout the four corners of the earth. That never happened. Anytime they come to some level of oppression or story concerning oppression or some level of negativity done towards them, they just bring up the Holocaust. That just happened, what? Not even 60 years ago, 60, 70 years ago. If that. When Israel had been suffering atrocities under the hand of the Romans since 70 AD. So they try to come off at the very end with their own sad story, so that we can't, to divert us from the curses contained in the Bible. To divert us. Okay, so that now when the truth comes concerning the children of Israel in the end times, they can come with it too and say, well, we have our atrocities also, and downplay the curses that were put on the children of Israel. Now they can tie their so-called oppression to ours. It wasn't Jewish. The Israelites weren't Jewish. Okay, that means a Chinese person today who's of the tribe of who's of the nation of Japheth can convert to Judaism and be Jewish. That doesn't determine their bloodline and their connection to the law, statutes, and commandments. They're not suffering the curses of the physical people, is what we're showing you here. So I'm not here to bash them. I'm just showing those out there listening the distinct difference. Your religion and what you believe on and what religion you're converted to does not distinguish you to the bloodline, or does not connect you to the bloodline of Israel in the Bible. Okay? So it tells us that the curses were put on a certain people, Deuteronomy 28:64, and they would be scattered, right? While getting scattered, they would lose their identity. By who? Who would do this to them? The nations they serve. By default, if a nation enslaved you, you must do what? You must acquiesce or bow to the religion of that particular nation. Is that clear? So the brand of Christianity we received in captivity wasn't the Christianity before captivity. The religions we're receiving in Islam today and all that, that wasn't what we were following. Okay? So during our captivity, and I'm speaking of the North American Indians and all of them too, they served too, even though they didn't come over in slaves originally, they got into North, Central, and South America around the 8th century BC. And eventually, the Romans found them too, and enslaved them, and brought them over to Spain and different areas to serve by the means of ships also. Why am I going into this? Like I said from the beginning, we're going back to the geographical location today where Israel gave our foreparents the law and exposed these so-called lying archaeologists and historians who are looking to discredit the Bible. So when we received the law, eventually our forefathers began to follow the ways of the Gentiles. We began to worship and deal like the Gentiles, the lawless people. So the Most High said in Deuteronomy 32, well, if you want to put up a no God for me, I'll put up a no people for you. I'll scatter you throughout the four corners of the earth. You non-appreciative people. I've given you everything. I'll scatter you. Now we're serving, looking for our God, falling in snares and traps by the Gentiles. Every which way we look, there's a trap set by a Gentile to dissuade us from our book. The book is the answer. The Bible, this book is our map back. And I'm going to show you today. Because there's no law. We're living in a world of lawlessness. Okay? The Bible is important.
When we were scattered, what happened? Let's go to Jeremiah 17. I'll show you why the Bible is important. Jeremiah 17, read 4 and 5, please.
Jeremiah chapter 17, verse 4. And thou, even thyself, shalt discontinue from thine heritage that I gave thee.
So what happened? Israel broke the law, and the Most High fulfilled his promise that he would scatter us, and through that captivity, Israel would discontinue from the heritage that he gave us. So we would go throughout the whole earth wondering who's our God. A generation passed down to the next generation. Okay, we just exist, we're just black, we're just people. See? And we'll pass this to our children. The Gentiles teach us their traditions, and we'll give those traditions to our children. Discontinuing from the heritage of the Bible. The Bible is a heritage. See? I'm not talking about Christmas, Sunday worship, Easter. We learned that in captivity. Okay? We must learn the original schoolmaster. Where did we come from? Who's our true God? Not what the Gentiles want us to believe. Because by default, if we listen to anything they have to say, they're above us. And the Most High said that he would put us above all people of the earth. Let's get that. Deuteronomy 17, it says. Yeah. You got it? So, Deuteronomy 7. That's it. Read it.
Deuteronomy chapter 7, verse 6.
Come on.
But thou art an holy people unto the Most High thy power.
Read.
The Lord thy power hath chosen thee to be a special people.
He chose Israel, the people of the Bible, to be a special people.
Unto himself.
Unto himself.
Above all people that are upon the face of the earth.
So when we come back to our law, statutes, and commandments, that puts us above all nations of the earth. But if they discredit the book and become the authority and try to tell you whether or not it's credible, by default, if we listen to them, they become the authority. Great. Came down. But guess what? When you look at a picture from the Arabian side, the Gulf of Aqaba in Arabia, that land so that they can't get to this mountain. Neither do they want to go to this mountain. Okay? This is archaeological proof that the Bible is true concerning this event. What caused this mount to be charged? What's the difference between this mount and the other ones around it? And guess where this mount is? It's Mount Horeb in Arabia. Oh, you think, here it is, it was one, we looked in the peninsula of Egypt, he couldn't find one thing, right? We done found a few things so far, right? So how many of you so-called archaeologists or atheists who claim that the Bible is fallacy, how many of you are willing to go and check this out? Or are you satisfied with the lie? Oh, there's more. There is more. There is more. Come on, stick with me here. Go to Exodus 32 and 4.
Book of Exodus chapter 32, verse 4. And he received them at their hand, and fashioned it with a graving tool, after he had made it a molten calf. And they said, These be thy gods, O Israel, which brought thee up out of the land of Egypt.
Okay. And guess what? This my what's it? Oh, here it is. The altar that they built around, where they had the golden calf at, not too far from here, guess what they got engraved on the side of the rock? They got a golden calf. They got a calf engraved on the side of these rocks that says Yahweh. And there's another pillar that says Edom Yahweh in the same area in Arabia, showing you that's the God Edomites will worship. Hold up now. Go to Exodus 24 and 4.
Exodus chapter 24, verse 4.
Come on.
And Moses wrote all the words of the Most High.
And Moses wrote all the words of the Most High. Come on.
And rose up early in the morning, and builded an altar under the hill, and 12 pillars according to the 12 tribes of Israel.
12 pillars according to the 12 tribes of Israel was built by Moses. Guess what's on the side of Arabia behind this gate? 12 separate pillars in Arabia. The same exact description we're reading in the Bible right now. That's what's behind that gate. And they make it, if you want to travel there, you must have some level of high prestige and a clearance. And you can only stay in the area with someone guiding you. Only in the places they can allow you to be. And you have to leave after 24 days.
Why would he get blue?
Under their law. Why? I haven't looked into all that yet. But I know that when it all breaks down and what happens over in the Middle East, I know that gate is going to fall. And our people are going to be in that same area. Okay? We have to be gathered in the areas outside of there. But persecution is going to lead us. The Most High is going to allow us to go back again. And we will be protected in that same area. More. Now you can't dispute this one. Let's go to Exodus 17 and 6.
Book of Exodus chapter 17, verse 6.
Come on.
Behold, I will stand before thee there upon the rock in Horeb, and thou shalt smite the rock, and there shall come water out of it.
Now, Moses, because Israelites are people complaining, hungry, thirsty, Moses says, you know what? I'll stand before the rock of Horeb and do what?
And thou shalt smite the rock, and there shall come water out that the people may drink.
And there shall come water out that the people shall drink. Brothers and sisters, here's the rock of Horeb that was split by the staff of Moses. In Arabia. Right in the same area of the 12 pillars, in the same area of Midian. Here it is. He struck the rock with his staff and it split it down, and water gushed out like a river coming out of it, like a faucet, to nourish all 12 tribes came out of this rock. This ain't no small little rock here. I think this spans about 22 feet. And he struck it, and the power of the Most High split the rock like fire, and it opened up, and water came out of it. And guess what? Archaeologists did do testing on this. And it was weird how they have water crystals
dried up in a desert on this rock. How is that possible? In the midst of a desert. It's showing water ran out of this rock, according to modern day archaeologists, and they can't explain how it happened. It defied physics. It defied anything any technology or understanding of how things operate in our three-dimensional world. But it's proof that water ran off of and put together a false Sinai. So that now Sinai, or what they call their mount, can be controlled by the Egyptians. You have Sharm el-Sheikh down here at the tongue of this. You have the Gulf of Aqaba over here, and you have the land of Midian where Moses fled on this side. This is where we really crossed over, where the Most High sent the winds, moved the waters so that Israel, our forefathers, can walk over on dry shod. A lie right here. By the Egyptians, the Arabs, and the Christian Romans. They're liars. One moment. Real quick here. I got one more thing. One more thing. Exodus 15 and 27.
Exodus chapter 15, verse 27.
Start at 22.
Verse 22. So Moses brought Israel from the Red Sea, and they went out into the wilderness of Shur. And they went 3 days in the wilderness and found no water. And when they came to Marah, they could not drink of the waters of Marah, for they were bitter. Therefore the name of it was called Marah.
And I'm glad we pointed that out, because when you look at that landmark Marah, you would never guess where that is. The side of Saudi Arabia. I'm giving you all these landmarks. You can look at it, look it up yourself, and see the lies that came from the Romans and the Arabs. Why? They conspired against us. They're upset that a promise is coming back with Christ to free us. They've deceived us. They've moved the whole mountain and lied through science and archaeology and false history. And our people just eat it up. When you go into that, it shows here, read this real quick, exploring the further possibility. Read.
Yes, sir. It says, bitter springs of Marah, exploring the further possibility that the Israelites passed through the waters of the Red Sea at the Strait of Tiran. We picked up our search for landmarks on the Saudi Arabia side of the Gulf of Aqaba.
Go on.
Then we started at the coastline on the eastern side of the Strait of Tiran and traveled the most natural route approximately 30 kilometers inland to a group of springs where the water in some of the springs was terribly bitter.
So archaeologists went the same route as those in the scriptures and tasted the water, and guess what today? It's bitter, you can't drink it. In Saudi Arabia. But why these archaeologists that have put some of this together, why don't they get a platform? Why no one is listening to them? Okay. On and on and on and on and on. We know exactly where the wilderness is. Another thing, where Elijah went in a cave. I'm gonna get that real quick, one moment. That was the same area. I think I had Elijah's cave on this one. One moment. before I'm gonna get that, let's get this. Let's get 1 Kings 10 and 15. 2 Chronicles 9 and 14 while I look for Elijah's cave. If I have it here. I probably left that at the house there. Yeah, here it is, right here. Let's get the cave of Elijah first. 1 Kings 19, 8 and 9.
1 Kings chapter 19, verse 8. And he arose and did eat and drink, and went in the strength of that meat 40 days and 40 nights unto Horeb, the mount of God.
So even Elijah went to Horeb, the mount of God, right? Read.
And he came thither unto a cave and lodged there, and behold, the word of the Lord came to him.
Now, why are we mentioning this? This is way after the law, statutes, and commandments. You would never guess where they found Elijah's cave. Near the Mount of Horeb. So the Christian churches ran by the demonic Romans and the Arabs under Islam already together at the top of this pyramid, making you think there's a fight between each other when they're conspiring against the children of God who are scattered between both religions. The Bible says a curse on Israel that they would serve both wood and stone. The wood is your cross and the stone is your rock in Islam. The wood is the cross in Christianity, the stone is the rock in Islam. They both work together to put a monastery and a mosque in a fake area and call it Mount Sinai to discredit the book. By default, will fall prey to their demonic and evil religions and deception against our people. Right? Let's get a few more. What did I tell you to go here?
1 Kings 10, 15.
Go ahead. And 2 Chronicles 9 and 15.
1 Kings chapter 10, verse 15.
Dealing more, these are scriptures giving you about the Median, Arabian area.
It says, beside that, he had of the merchantmen and of the traffic of the spice merchants and of all the kings of Arabia and of the governors of the country.
So this is just going into our commerce back and forth in scriptures with the Arabians, giving you geographical locations, even in your Bible map, concerning these negotiations and contracts and goings back and forth. We had a regular connection even after Jethro with Arabia. That's why when Elijah went to operate, he went into the same area. Why? The Most High's mouth was there. It wasn't deep in Arabia. It's between the Gulf of Aqaba inland. So that land of Midian is where the mount of the Most High is, and we will be there again. And he's going to protect us like a fire. Let's go there real quick. Which shows the Most High will be a fire round about us. Look at that. Come on.
Zechariah chapter 2, verse 1. I lifted up mine eyes again and looked, and behold, a man with a measuring line in his hand.
A man with a measuring line in his hand.
Then said I, whither goest thou? And he said unto me, to measure Jerusalem, to see what is the breadth thereof, and what is the length thereof. And behold, the angel that talked with me went forth, and another angel went out to meet him. And he said unto him, run, speak to this young man, saying, Jerusalem shall be inhabited as towns without walls, for the multitude of men and cattle therein. For I, saith the Lord, will be unto her a wall of fire round about her.
See that? When it says Jerusalem, it's speaking of the people, because Jerusalem has been destroyed. So it's telling us that what? Read that again.
For I, saith the Most High, will be unto her a wall of fire round about her.
A wall of fire round about her. Read. It's not up Petra, it's to a body of water through which the Israelites passed at the time of the Exodus. It can also be read, however, Yam Sah, sea lands end, or more likely reading referring to the Red Sea and to its eastern arm, the Gulf of Aqaba. What's the Gulf of Aqaba? Right here. So you have the land of Edom up here, then you went down to the Gulf of Aqaba. So what? It would be between the Red Sea and up here. So it's not up Petra, it's not at the tongue of the Red Sea, it's right here in the middle going into Arabia. A geographical location of where Solomon, our people were at the mount. Are you following me here? Listen to this clearly. More. Let's go to where the Most High came down and rained fire on the mountain. He came down with fire on the mount. Let's go there real quick. Right? Let's go to Exodus. Come on. Exodus 20. As a matter of fact, Exodus about 19, right? Yes, Exodus 19. Let's go there. Come on. About the 18th verse.
Exodus 19, verse 18. I'll start at 16.
Exodus 19, 16 on down to 23. We give you a geographical location of where the wilderness is. Where the mount of the Most High is. Where we receive the laws at. That's now being controlled on the Saudi side or in Arabia till this day. Untouched, unscathed, being protected. Right? You ready?
Yes, sir.
Come on, chapter and verse.
Exodus chapter 19, verse 16.
Come on.
And it came to pass on the third day in the morning.
Yes.
That there were thunders and lightnings.
There were thunders and lightnings.
And a thick cloud upon the mount, and the voice of the trumpet exceeding loud.
Come on.
So that all the people that was in it, or that was in the camp, trembled. And Moses brought forth the people out of the camp to meet with the Most High Ahijah.
Come on.
And they stood at whole mount quake greatly.
And the whole mount quaked greatly. See, that's the problem with the Mount Sinai in the Egyptian peninsula. It's not charged. There's no fire or mountain showing that smoke or fire came down. But guess what? When you look at a picture from the Arabian side, the Gulf of Aqaba in Arabia, there's a mount that's burnt at the top. So the gate is protecting that land so that they can't get to this mountain. Neither do they want to go to this mountain. Okay? This is archaeological proof that the Bible is true concerning this event. What caused this mount to be charged? What's the difference between this mount and the other ones around there? And guess where this mount is? It's Mount Horeb in Arabia. Oh, you think, here it is, it was one, we looked in the peninsula of Egypt, he couldn't find one thing, right? We done found a few things so far, right? So how many of you so-called archaeologists or atheists who claim that the Bible is fallacy How many of you are willing to go and check this out? Or are you satisfied with the lie? Oh, there's more. There is more. There is more. Come on, stick with me here. Go to Exodus 32 and 4.
Book of Exodus chapter 32, verse 4. And he received them at their hand, and fashioned it with a graving tool, after he had made it a molten calf, and they said, These be thy gods, O Israel, which brought thee up out of the land of Egypt.
Okay, and guess what? Where's my notes here? Oh, here it is. The altar that they built around, where they had the golden calf at, not too far from here, guess what they got engraved on the side of the rock? They got a golden calf. They got a calf engraved on the side of these rocks that says Yahweh. And there's another pillar that says Edom Yahweh in the same area in Arabia, showing you that's the God Edomites will worship. Hold up now. Go to Exodus 24 and 4.
Exodus chapter 24, verse 4.
Come on.
And Moses wrote all the words of the Most High.
And Moses wrote all the words of the Most High. Come on.
And rose up early in the morning and builded an altar under the hill.
How do you
and
PV
12
that?
pillars according to the 12 tribes of Israel.
Makes sense.
12 pillars according to the 12 tribes of Israel was built by Moses. Guess what's on the side of Arabia behind this gate? 12 separate pillars in Arabia. The same exact description we're reading in the Bible right now. That's what's behind that gate. And they make it, if you want to travel there, you must have some level of high prestige and a clearance. And you can only stay in the area with someone guiding you, only in the places they can allow you to be. And you have to leave after 24 days. Under their law. Why? I haven't looked into all that yet. But I know that when it all breaks down and what happens over the Middle East, I know that gate is going to fall. And our people are going to be in that same area. Okay? We have to be gathered in the areas outside of there, but persecution is going to lead us. The Most High is going to allow us to go back again. And we will be protected in that same area. More. Now you can't dispute this one. Let's go to Exodus 17 and 6.
The book of Exodus chapter 17, verse 6.
Come on.
Behold, I will stand before thee there upon the rock in Horeb, and thou shalt smite the rock, and there shall come water out of it.
Now, Moses, because Israelites are people complaining, hungry, thirsty.
Are you fucking
Moses
serious?
says, you know what? I'll stand before the rock of Horeb and do what?
And thou shalt smite the rock, and there shall come water out that the people may drink.
And there shall come water out that the people shall drink. Brothers and sisters, here's the rock of Horeb that was split by the staff of Moses. In Arabia.
Why the fuck did he heal, bro?
Right in the same area of the 12 pillars, in the same area of Midian. Here it is. He struck the rock with his staff, and it split it down, and water gushed out like a river coming out of it, like a faucet for the people. And guess what? Enough water to nourish all 12 tribes came out of this rock. This ain't no small little rock there. I think this spans about 22 feet. And he struck it, and the power of the Most High split the rock like fire, and it opened up, and water came out of it. And guess what? Archaeologists did do testing on this. And it was weird how they have water crystals dried up in a desert on this rock. How is that possible? In the midst of a desert. It's showing water ran out of this rock, according to modern day archaeologists, and they can't explain how it happened. It defies physics. It defies anything that any technology or understanding of how things operate in our three-dimensional world. But it's proof that water ran off of this rock in Arabia, not too far from the Gulf of Aqaba in Midian. Here's the lie. The lie is, it was never there. The Roman Catholic Church and the Arabs placed and put together a false Sinai to discredit the book. So that now Sinai, or what they call their mount, can be controlled by the Egyptians. You have Sharm el-Sheikh down here at the tongue of this. Into the system or destroy it altogether. Verse. What is required now? Search out the scripture to Matthew 17:1. And I need you all to follow me clearly. Right here. And I wanted to get and understand. To the Bible. When Christ scriptures based on what you may observe visually. Okay? Brothers and sisters. The disciples were all Israelites. They were black. Okay? This was before the Romans took over Christianity. It tell you in Acts 13. Let's go there first. Now, I'm not judging anything or making a racist statement by saying that they were black. It seems it's only racist if we state the truth or the obvious. But no one never called the Romans or the Europeans racist for portraying Christ and the disciples as white people. So that's really, you understand, a contradiction there. We're not allowed to state the truth or it's racist, which will allow the lies to continue. It's total hypocrisy. Now, the reason I'm stating this is not to boast. I'm stating this as truth. Why? Because there's a lot of Israelites now coming to that knowledge, being that the Most High now are breaking us, breaking our people throughout the four corners of the earth. The Most High has broken a seal in this earth where everyone everywhere who is Israel is being connected in the spirit and learning the truth concerning their forefathers. And that alone is destroying history, which is part of our slave and captive condition. His story, not the Most High's story. Okay. So I'm going here because when Christ was teaching the disciples and they were coming to the knowledge of the truth, the disciples were still not sure, to some degree, that Christ was the anointed. When I say that, the Hebrews or the Israelites, like the disciples, brothers and sisters, they were taught of the Old Testament. So when it came into the doctrine of Elijah must come. And, you know, others were still, and of course, before Christ was on the scene, Moses was the key point prophet to be looked upon for truth and understanding. But those that studied the words of the prophets and studied Moses knew that there was another to come. And some of the disciples had to be sure and confirmed from the Father that Christ was the one. All right? So I'm going to go into that. Why? Because you have many Israelites today waking up, and with the awakening and Facebook and YouTube and all these things, brothers and sisters don't know what to cleave to, because there's a little right in everything. Okay? Even the you understand? So the Most High had to confirm. So what I'm going to go into today is the confirmation of the truth, Old and New Testament, going into the book of Revelations and letting you know, okay, here's the path. Once baptism, what is required now of those who are in Christ, a part of Christ's church. And this revelation today is going to go out throughout the four corners of the earth as a declaration of what Christ's church is. Let's go to Matthew 17 and 1.
St. Matthew chapter 17 verse 1.
Oh, hold on, don't go there yet. Hold up. There's so many thoughts flowing that, you know, I'm trying to go before myself, but I'm going to take my time here. This lesson is probably one of the most important lessons this church, myself, has ever done. Okay. Let's read Acts 13 and 1.
The book of Acts chapter 13 verse 1.
Yeah.
Now there were in the church that was at Antioch certain prophets and teachers.
Certain prophets and teachers.
As Barnabas and Simeon.
Barnabas and Simeon.
That was called Niger.
That were called what?
Niger.
Niger or Niger. Now those who understand the Greek tongue, you go there yourself. The New Testament translated out of the Greek is what? Niger or Niger, which is black. Okay? So there's no question that the disciples and those who taught the Gentiles their doctrine were all black men, including Christ. Christ didn't become white until Israel was destroyed, scattered, and then the Roman Empire, the fourth beast, the children of Satan, gained rule. As a pretext to keep God's people in mental slavery. Okay, what they did was they began to switch all of the characters in the Bible and relate them and parallel them with the idols that was in pagan Rome. See? So Mary, what you see with Mary in the Madonna and all that with the child, that has nothing to do with Christ and Mary. Those were actual idols worship in the Roman temples to Zeus, to Satan. So they took all those idols of ancient Rome and did what? Gave them biblical names to be worshiped by the same God they worshiped in Rome, Zeus. Who's Zeus? Satan himself. All right? So that's why we're going into this. The Most High has now began to awaken his people and say, well, listen, we don't have to break down who the Jewish people is over there now and all that. We all know they're Romans. Okay? We don't have to, yeah, Christ called them out in Revelations 2 and 9. Our focus is not them anymore. Our focus is really the preparation, and that's what I'm about to go into. Okay? Now, shifting back, the disciples. Now, the disciples needed confirmation from on high that Christ was the Messiah prophesied out of the Old Testament. And we're going to go there. And I'm going there, why? For those who don't follow Christ or believe in Christ, even though you know about Israel and we're Israelites and we wear fringes and all that,
You're right. He's trying to draw another card.
it doesn't matter what you believe if you don't follow Christ. Doesn't matter.
What?
You might as well be a Satanist, because you're not going to make it. You're going to the same place Satanists are going. Period. Christ is the way, the truth, the life, and no man cometh to the Father but by him. There's no man on earth that can tie his shoe latches. Matthew 17:1.
St. Matthew chapter 17, verse 1.
Come on.
And after 6 days, Yeshua taketh Peter, James, and John his brother, and bringeth them up into a high mountain, and was transfigured before them. And his face did shine as the sun, and his raiment was white as the light.
Now, soon I'll be going into the lessons, especially within the academy. Usually I want to bring out milk amongst, those that are just fairly learning with the public teachings
You're dead, buddy.
we put out there. Why? Of milk and not of strong meat. But soon I'm going to be going into lessons, especially amongst the churches and amongst the brothers and sisters, and some of it we'll put out there, that these high mountains in these areas are actually doorways and gateways within the heavens. Okay? The earth has what? Has gates, has places where angels enter. This is one of those geographical locations. Okay? Go on.
Verse 3. And behold, there appeared unto them Moses and Elias talking with him.
So it was Moses and Elias talking with Christ. So imagine this. The disciples are looking at Moses, Elias, and Christ. Now, mind you, when you look into the Gospels of Christ, you're going to find that they were actually preparing Christ and told Christ that soon he would be crucified, to show you that Elias and Moses are in one of the layers of heaven. So it was open where they could see both of them, with Christ speaking with the two prophets. Now, why did the Most High allow this to happen before the disciples, you might ask? Well, brothers and sisters, the disciples were they who would need to confirm to the world the true understanding upon Christ's death. You notice no sooner as Christ was crucified, Satan looked to attack those who understood and to martyr and kill off those who were a witness from what the Most High showed from on high. Okay? This ministry under Christ that Christ established with the disciples would tear down all of the doctrines Satan would use to deceive our people going forward. You understand? So there needed to be what? A sign. Jacob seeketh a sign. A confirmation from the Most High himself that the disciples can take as a witness before the people. So what happened? It opened. They were able to see in the third layer of heaven and see who? Elijah, Moses, and Christ conversating with them. Right? Go on.
St. Matthew chapter 17, verse 4. Then answered Peter and said unto Yeshua, Lord, is it good for us to be here?
He says, is it good for us to be here? Go on.
If thou wilt, let us make here 3 tabernacles.
He says, now. So the disciples said, let us make 3 tabernacles now. Why? It was known, according to the prophecies, that Elijah was to come. But guess what? It was confirmed with Christ in Matthew 11 that Elias already came, and that was John, not in reincarnation. He came in the spirit of Elias to pave the way, to prepare the way for the Messiah. That means he did the same things Elijah did. And whoever was reading the Old Testament and was well versed on Elijah's walk could see the similarities. What he wore, how he talked, what his prophecy was. So those who understood the Old Testament would look at John and say, you know what? He's operating almost in the same spirit that we see, that we read in the Old Testament concerning Elijah. Okay, so here it is. They see Elijah, who is what? A recognized and revered prophet amongst the Israelites. He says, let's make 3 tabernacles. They see, imagine they're looking up, brothers and sisters, and see Moses, who gave us the law. He says, listen, this is a monumentous moment. Let's make 3 tabernacles right here. Why? Because in their mind, they were looking at a way in which they could probably get everybody. Hey, here's 3 tabernacles. So those that believe in Elijah and know Elijah, y'all can come in. Those who strictly following Moses, yeah, y'all can come in too. See? So now you can teach that of Elijah's, that of Moses, and we can have a tabernacle of Christ. All Israel, right? Everybody. All doctrines included. Let's see what the Most High's answer was to this.
The middle of verse 4.
Come on.
Lord, it is good for us to be here. If thou wilt, let us make here 3 tabernacles.
Let us make 3 tabernacles.
1 for thee.
1 for Christ.
And 1 for Moses.
1 for Moses.
And 1 for Elias.
And 1 for Elijah. Elias is the New Testament pronunciation for Elijah. Right? Who was actually translated into the heavens in the Old Testament and didn't see death. Similar to Enoch, who was translated before the flood. Right? Go on.
Verse 5. While he yet spake, behold, a bright cloud overshadowed them, and behold, a voice out of the cloud, which said, This is my beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased.
So now the Most High power, that Christ is not God. He's the Son of the Most High, sent to make that one path, okay, that one path to his kingdom. No longer will Israelites get in strictly by being the seed of Abraham, by being under that covenant. They would now need to do what? Come in through Christ. So the Father overshadowed the whole thing and said what?
This is my beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased.
He is the one. So it doesn't matter how many people focus on Elijah or Moses. There's one greater that was before all we see is made. The first begotten of the Father, which means he was the first spirit in all creation from the Father. You understand? So he was always one with the Father, under the Father, created everything we see here. So no, the Most High wasn't going to give Christ's credit to those of the old covenant. Great men, men of the Most High, but there's one greater. Read.
Hear ye him.
Hear ye him. Read.
Verse 6. And when the disciples heard it, they fell on their face and were sore afraid. And Yeshua came and touched them and said, Arise and be not afraid.
Be not afraid.
And when they had lifted up their eyes, they saw no man save Yeshua only.
And guess what? When they lifted up their eyes, see, they was afraid, similar to when the Most High came down during the time of Moses. And the smoke covered the mount, and everyone was afraid because the Most High, they was afraid the Most High was going to destroy everyone. Now imagine that same thing happening with the disciples being a witness before Christ, right? And when they looked up, being afraid, after the Most High came down with full power, like, listen, how dare you? He's the one. The only way Israel will make it, the new covenant. So they get up, they wake up, and they get up from their fear,
And guess who's before them? Yeshua, the Savior. So the Most High did what? The Most High made it evident before the world with the forerunners of the gospel of Christ. He confirmed in the earth that Christ was the one prophesied out of the Old Testament. And through that doctrine, only through that doctrine, can Satan's doctrines in the earth, Hebrew or otherwise, be torn down. Okay? Because brothers and sisters, we fell based on doctrines that were created amongst Israelites. Infusing the Most High's word through Moses and linking it in with Baal worship. That's how we fell. We fell because of our leaders infusing the doctrine of that the Most High gave us with the Gentiles and the Canaanite doctrine. That's how we fell. Okay? So there was so much mess amongst Israel itself. The Most High had to confirm the right way. What verse?
Verse 9. And as they came down from the mountain, Yeshua charged them, saying, tell the vision to no man, until the Son of Man be risen again from the dead.
You see that? Tell this to no one until afterwards. See? So now they're totally convinced in their heart and in their minds. Okay, when you witness this, what our forefathers seen when the Most High came down on the mount, okay, they were confirmed. Okay, he's the one. We seen Elijah and Moses. We know they're not the way. In their greatness, they are to be revered and honored as men of the Most High.
Alright. If you read that Bible, King James Version, only the King James Version, and they lied on him. That's the original translation. Jewish people are Romans from Esau, and not the people. They say people, ethnicity, not religion. You can't convert into being a Jew. Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Jacob's 12 sons, because of 12 tribes of Israel. Jewish people are Romans from Esau. Okay, first time they're in Israel, 1948, they made a new dialect of Hebrew, Yiddish. It's not even real Hebrew. They don't follow the Bible. They don't believe in Christ. They follow Kabbalah, Talmud. Talmud, if you read it, says that Christ is in hell burning feces, so they hate Christ. The higher ups in the government. And the Kabbalah is books of witchcraft and sorcery. Witchcraft, what? So, follow laws and commandments, get baptized, read the Bible, King James Version, and there's 80 books, not 66 books. Don't follow no damn Christianity, because Christians don't follow the Bible. Everything they do is not in the Bible. Cross is all pagan, satanic, Babylonian, Roman. Has nothing to do with Christ or the Bible. Holidays nowhere in the Bible. Rapture nowhere in the Bible. Cross nowhere. That's idol. Caesar Borgia, the false image. Jesus is Caesar Borgia, second son of Alexander the Sick Pope of Rome. That's not Christ at all. The letter J didn't exist when Christ was alive. That's a modern letter, and that's Greek. Jesus is Greek. When Israelites / Jews speak Hebrew, so Christ's real name is Yeshua, and he's the Son, the Savior. Right? They named him Savior on his birth, and Savior in Hebrew is Yeshua. The ancient Hebrew of Phoenician is the original Hebrew. First begotten is the Father in heaven, his Son. The Father's real name given to Moses in Exodus 3:13-14. I am that I am in English. Ahaya, Ashar Ahaya in Hebrew. Okay. Mother, or Holy Spirit, which is Wawak. Godhead, 3 witnesses in heaven, 3 that bear record in heaven, the first family, and stuff like that. Alright, that's actually in the Bible. Holy Trinity, that's Babylonian, satanic. Alright, that has nothing to do with the Bible. Virgin birth, all that shit is not the Bible at all. Christ's father was Joseph, so wake up. Sabbath, the Sabbath is Saturday, not Sunday. Sunday is satanic and Babylonian. The cross is Babylonian, satanic. Alright, that's an idol, graven image.
So, wake up.
Acts 13:1. Disciples called Niger and all that black. Revelation 1:52-15. Christ is dark and low hair. So Israelites are dark skinned people, not Africans. They're from Shem. They're not African. They're not Ham. They're from Shem. Governments, holidays, is Satan's world until Christ returns. Satan controls the whole world. Religion, holidays, governments, all in his control. Society is satanic, normalizing sin, demonizing the Bible and all that, demonizing God's people and all that shit. So, Deuteronomy 20:68. Deuteronomy 28:68. Israelites were on slave ships into America to be sold to men because they broke the laws and commandments. So those are Israelites on slave ships, not Africans, not Hamites. Okay? So, wake up. 70 AD, Romans destroyed Jerusalem. We fled into Africa, West Africa, Atlas Mountains. 1,200 years later, we started sinning, broke the laws, so the Most High let Esau, the Romans, find us. And those same Romans are being called Jewish, by the way. And before they converted into being Jewish, they were Khazaria, serpent people, Kabbalah, witch sorcerers, which is a warlocks and shit, bro. So they're Satanists. When they found us, 1,200 years later, that's when the slave ships happened, because we sinned. And the Most High said, if you break these laws, you be below all people. You follow the laws, you be above all people. So it's all a curse. All the stereotypes. It's not just black people that are Israelites either. It's Venezuelans, Cubans, Mexicans, Haitians, Dominicans, Jamaicans, black people in America, freaking Native Americans, Hawaiians, Cubans, Venezuelans, Colombians, some people in Australia, Philippines, Vietnam and shit. So that's the 12 tribes of Israel. It's just white people are just Romans. That's what they are. Roman Edomites. It is what it is. Most of the Asians are jacked. Okay. So governments are satanic. Politics, two sides of the same coin. They're all sold out, Masonic, satanic seats. You can't be anybody. You can't be righteous in power in this world. You be killed or you have to sell out. Satan's world until Christ returns. So nobody good is up there, bro. They're not for our turn. They've been systematically killing us through everything possible. Healthcare, food, water, toothpaste, got fluoride, and food's GMO'd, and they're giving us, healthcare system is giving us all these drugs. They give us demons and the V's and the shots, giving us all kinds of diseases and all that, C's, and killing us, depopulation, genocide, and shit. So wake up and don't trust that government. Government's satanic. Okay? Bohemian Grove, and what the fuck is a Bohemian Grove where all the politicians and presidents go fucking sacrifice children? Pre-mission of care. 300,000 missing children in America. Where are they going? They're being sacrificed. Moloch sacrifice. Okay? Jewish people have to start a Moloch after their flag. 5-point, 6-point star, satanic, pentagram, Renfram, Moloch, Baal, Satan. That's all the names of Satan. Alright, it's satanic. They put that shit on the ground, they conjure up demons. They sacrifice kids and shit. So wake up. That's not the Star of David, that's Megan David. Alright, that's that pentagram. Pentagram. Washington, D.C. is a big ass pentagram, so wake up. Okay, so follow that Bible, King James Version, 80 books. Follow all the commandments, get baptized. Christ's real name is Yeshua, the Most High real name is Ahia. And Jewish people are Satanists. At the top, the governments, they're not the people. Stop following them. When the true people are on the land, there be no more war. That's the Bible says. So, the real people, white people of America, bro. These people are gathering for on YouTube, the Bible, no Christianity, no Catholic. They don't follow no denomination, no Catholic. They don't follow the Bible. They're pagans. Nothing is of Christ with them. Nothing. Follow the Bible itself. Go watch a Gathering with for on YouTube. They follow the Bible through facts and history. No opinions, no theology, no philosophy, no interpretation, no beliefs. It's facts and history. The Bible happened. Sodom, Gomorrah, Egypt, all that shit's there in real life. Okay, Christ in Roman history, all that shit's real. So go read the Bible before it's too late. Read the Bible. Read the Bible